Welcome back, day 7. Can you believe we've been together for a week? Well, some of us have. Some of you, this might be your first day listening, so welcome. We have a fun day today because, as I mentioned yesterday, we have 2 cooking demos, and we are going to try to stream them video right now live. Now, if you've been listening, you know that the summit, when it's live, is audio only for the first 4 hours. And that is because Better Life Summits, who I partnered with to do this wonderful summit, they are in Germany and I am in California, and we just have not been able to stream it during video. And we know the audio is very reliable, but we offer the video for 20 hours after the day's sessions are over. But because we realize cooking videos don't really lend themselves that well to audio, and we have 2 of them today, we are going to do our level best to stream them via video. Now, we've never done this before, and I am not a tech expert. I don't know if it's going to work. If it does work, great. If it doesn't work, hang tight. And what we'll do is we will just revert back to audio, because 2 of the sessions today, you will glean much of the information from audio. But of course, the one with the physical therapist, you're going to need to watch that video to see to learn the technique that they're doing. So I'm looking forward to today because it's just a little bit lighter. I mean, there's been a lot of science. I mean, people are writing me saying, I take 14 pages of notes for each doctor. I take about 4. So you're even better than me. And if you like my takeaways, they'll be available in the summit package should you choose to upgrade. And you'll also get the buddy pass, so you can give it to a friend and just in time for the holidays, because we know that after Thanksgiving, a lot of people are going to have GI problems. Remember what the doctor said, it only takes 3 days of eating poorly to completely disrupt your microbiome. So remember, you're eating for 2. You're eating for trillions when you think of all the microbes, but you've got to think about when you're eating, you're also eating for your microbiome. And what's the full food for the microbiome? It's on the quiz, people. Everybody should know now. Short chain fatty acids, fiber, that's what they eat. The bad bacteria eat the animal products and processed food, and we don't want bad guys. We want good guys. And speaking of good guys, I can't think of a finer gentleman than this wonderful young plant-based doctor that I had the privilege of meeting. You know, I have been plant-based for over 43 years, and I would love the whole world to be plant-based. I know that's not realistic. And I don't interview people just because they're plant-based, because not everybody is. But I would say that all the speakers are primarily plant-based. They're just not all vegan, but they do believe in the power of plants and eating a plant predominant or plant forward diet. When I interviewed this doctor, and actually Janice Laster too, they were recommended by Dr. Will B just because of their breadth and depth of knowledge. I had no idea until the interview was done that they were both vegan. And I said, could I love you even more? And then I find out he's a chef. I almost wish I was back in Chicago where I grew up, because he's just, I love this guy so much. And just wait till you hear his interview and the compassion with which he talks about one of his patients whose son was shot. This guy is a sweetheart. This is going to be a real treat. Please welcome to day 7 of the GI Health Summit, Dr. Edwin McDonald. Hi, Dr. McDonald, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Chef AJ, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, the pleasure is all mine. What's so interesting, Dr. McDonald, is you're not only a gastroenterologist, but you are a trained chef, a culinary school graduate. So how does that knowledge help your patients?
I feel like food is one of the most important variables in terms of controlling your health. And for a doctor who wants to see his patients become healthy, helping people utilize food as a tool to improve their health is part of the skill set that we should have. And since that skill set wasn't taught to me in medical school, I had to seek additional training, and I went to culinary school. And I think it was the best decision I've ever made in my life.
That's terrific.
So I can't wait to get into a recipe and talk about some food. I'm going to do some beans for you guys. And then I also want to talk about gut health and colon cancer and answer any questions you may have or some of your listeners may have. So let's get started, because I'm excited.
Absolutely.
So how do you want to begin? You want me to just talk about colon health, gut health, or do you want to have a good conversation before we get started?
Absolutely, because we know that colon cancer has been on everybody's mind lately.
Yeah. So, with the passing, the unfortunate passing of Chadwick Boseman, it has been something that everyone has been talking about recently. I've been trying to figure out ways to, really use this as an opportunity to educate people about colon cancer. So, people won't have to end up in a similar position where they're dying at a young age from colon cancer. So I'm a gastroenterologist. Part of my job, part of what I do on a day-to-day basis is really working to prevent people from getting colon cancer. And I do that in a lot of different ways. One way is obviously doing colonoscopies, which is using a camera to identify polyps, which are small growths that in some people over many years can turn into a cancer. And with our colonoscopy, we can identify those polyps and remove them so they never have the opportunity to become a colon cancer. But I also think about prevention. How do you even prevent polyps? And my colonoscopies won't prevent polyps. They can remove polyps, but they won't prevent them from forming. So one of the best ways to even prevent them from forming is having a conversation about food, diet, and lifestyle. So these are all some of the factors that can play a role that can put us at risk for developing cancer. So the good news is there are dietary approaches that have been associated with decreasing your risk of developing colon cancer. And without making things really complicated, those approaches really just entail eating more fruits and vegetables and less red meat and processed red meat. So, another thing that's also people don't really talk about is even our cooking techniques can play a role when it comes to potentially increasing our risk for developing colon cancer. So, when we cook meat, even if it's not red meat, such as fish, chicken, and pork, well, pork is red meat, but such as fish and chicken, if we're cooking those meats with high heat cooking techniques, those high heat techniques potentially can create carcinogens, which are chemicals that can increase our risk of developing cancer. So when we're burning something and charring something, like when we're grilling or when we're roasting or barbecuing, or even when we're deep frying at a higher temperature, um, although that browning can create a lot of flavor, but within those charred or those grill marks, there's these chemicals that can cause cancer potentially, and those chemicals would include polyaromatic hydrocarbons. There's also nitrosamines. There's heterocyclic amines. There's a bunch of different chemicals that we have to worry about being generated when we're cooking with high heat techniques. So for our recipe today, we're not going to use a high heat technique. We're gonna basically do a red beans and rice, and we're going to do it without any processed meat. So some of the traditional recipes for red beans and rice, my family's from the South, so I know how to cook things the traditional way. But a lot of those recipes require processed meat. Okay, specifically bacon and sausage and stuff like that. And I get it for people out there who are not vegetarian; those foods can be tasty. But there's health concerns that we should be aware of, and that's just the reality of it. And I mean, not only are there health concerns, but there's also environmental concerns and stuff when it comes to, eating foods that aren't plant based. But for now, since we're talking about colon cancer, we'll focus on some of those health concerns. There's been plenty of studies that have found an association between processed red meat and an increased risk of developing colon cancer specifically. So within the processed meats, you have preservatives called nitrites that these are chemicals that have been known to turn normal cells into potentially cancerous cells. Okay, so they keep the nitrites play the role of preventing bacon and sausage from spoiling. So it's one of the reasons why most red meat you put in the refrigerator, after 2 or 3 days it goes bad, but bacon may last weeks. And the reason for that, a lot of the bacon that you find in the supermarkets is preserved with these nitrites. So it serves one purpose in terms of preventing things from spoiling, but just like it prevents bacteria from potentially growing on the food and mold growing on the meat and everything, it also can interact with the bacteria that lives in your gut. And it can alter the profile of the bacteria that lives in your gut. So if you think about it, I mean, like meat should spoil after 3 days. And that spoiling process that involves bacteria. When you eat a lot of things that have preservatives or that may prevent bacteria from thriving, what happens when you ingest those things? What does it do to the bacteria that live in your gut? Um, So the nitrites may have a negative role. And again, there's studies that have shown that there may be an increased risk of developing colon cancer in people who consume a lot of these processed meats. And, can we say that bacon causes cancer? So we don't have studies that are set up to or designed to actually say that. But we do have studies that have demonstrated associations. Okay. And what I mean by association, a lot of these studies, they'll take, 100,000 people and do dietary questionnaires for, 10, 15, 20 years. And they can keep track of how much bacon people are eating, at least based upon what they report. And they'll also keep track of, who's developing certain conditions. So they can see all the folks who develop colon cancer and then look back at their dietary questionnaires and start running statistics and say, well, you know what? A lot of people who had colon cancer appear to eat more bacon than people who didn't have colon cancer. So we're not saying that, bacon causes cancer, but it may play a role based upon the information that we do have. So I think that's something that people should be aware of. And it's not just bacon. Again, it's the processed red meats, which include deli meats. So oftentimes people think, these turkey sandwiches and, a lot of the deli sandwiches are super duper healthy. They're even marketed as being healthy. They are processed foods, just like bacon. And although they may not necessarily be high in calories, I still would be concerned about the possible negative health impacts they have on our bodies.
You know, Chadwick Boseman developed colon cancer at an age much lower than even it is recommended to have a colonoscopy.
Yeah, and that is true. And unfortunately, this is something that I've seen. So I've seen plenty of people under the age of 40 get diagnosed with colon cancer. And we also know that in general, the rates of colon cancer they're actually increasing in a younger population, a population younger than the age of 50. So for people over the age of 50, colon cancer is actually decreasing. I feel like we, in general, in terms of medicine or public health, we've done a pretty decent job of getting information out there about the importance of getting colon cancer screening, which could include colonoscopy or stool tests. But for the younger generation, we haven't really done a good job of reaching people under the age of 50. And primarily because, most people aren't thinking about colon cancer screening at the age of 50. However, if people develop symptoms of colon cancer, those a lot of people don't know what those symptoms are. And I think definitely need to do a better job of explaining some of those symptoms and making people aware, primarily because when those symptoms develop, it does not necessarily mean you have cancer. It could mean that you have a precursor to cancer, or if there is a cancer, it could be a cancer that's treatable as opposed to something that is potentially deadly. So early detection is always a good thing. And I know a lot of people are afraid to have colonoscopies and stuff like that. I mean, I get it. It's just the thought of it does not sound comfortable. That's not, most people just don't want to sign up to have a physician take a look inside of their colon. It just does not sound like a normal thing that happens on a day-to-day basis. However, when people are developing symptoms, it's very important that we get to the bottom line, the bottom of what's potentially causing some of those symptoms. And a colonoscopy is definitely one way to do it. There's other alternatives, but colonoscopy is probably the most common way.
Well, other than just like noticing blood in your stool, are there other symptoms that people should be on the lookout for, regardless of their age?
Yeah, so I would say blood is probably the most important symptom that should encourage someone to have a conversation with their physician. You see blood in your stool, that does not mean you have colon cancer. So I don't want everyone, looking in the toilet and then seeing blood in the stool and freaking out saying, oh my God, it's cancer. I'm just saying it is a symptom that warrants a conversation with a physician. So more than likely, it's probably just hemorrhoids or an anal fissure. So especially if someone is constipated, if you're constipated and you're working real hard to have a bowel movement, sometimes a larger bowel movement can actually cause a tear in the lining of the anus or the anal canal. And we call that an anal fissure. And that tear can be painful and it can bleed. However, in a small subset of people, sometimes that rectal bleeding can actually come from a cancer. And it's good to just, really talk to a physician to have a conversation about how do you approach it and should we do any further testing to identify, what's really going on. And sometimes that can be a rectal exam. Sometimes that can be checking your stool for blood, or there's certain stool tests that have a higher probability of finding cancer. And then again, there's the colonoscopy.
Nice. But what we eat is really important to preventing it, isn't it?
What we eat is extremely important. So not only what we eat, but also being aware of our family history. So if people have a family history of colon cancer, it is good to be aware of what that family history is, because that may entail getting a colonoscopy a little bit sooner. So I don't know Chadwick Boseman's family history, but maybe he did have a family history of colon cancer. And maybe, it could have been prevented if you got a colonoscopy at age 35. Or, what we tell people, if you have a family history of colon cancer, especially in someone who was diagnosed under the age of 60, you need to have a colonoscopy either at age 40 or 10 years before that family member was diagnosed with their cancer, whichever comes earlier. Okay. So, in the case of Chadwick Boseman, I'm not sure if he has kids or siblings, but I think he was diagnosed at age 39, which means that his first degree relatives, siblings, his children, they would have to start getting colonoscopy at age 29. But the only way for people to know that is that you actually have a conversation with your family members. So I feel like colon cancer, in order to prevent it, in order to decrease the risk, it is something that's a family affair. Like, you have to have conversations about this stuff. And I know a lot of times people are embarrassed, and people may not necessarily want to talk about, their symptoms or their diagnosis, especially within the family. A lot of times people can be very secretive, but in certain situations, secrets can definitely negatively harm a family. And I've heard patients say things like, well, I don't want my family members to worry. I just kind of want to go through my treatment for my cancer, and I don't want to put stress on my mother and stress on my siblings. They have enough stuff to deal with. I understand that mentality, but it is when we keep things a secret that could impact the health of our family members, I feel like we're doing them an injustice or a disservice, as opposed to really just trying to help them out. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned that this should be a family affair. And what I notice, it's not always just the diseases that are hereditary, but the recipes.
Yes. So oftentimes, there could be a genetic component, but there definitely can be a lifestyle component. And that component is not just, not only the recipes, it's the cooking techniques, and it also can be the physical activity. So I work with a lot of chefs here in the Chicago area, and also a lot of personal trainers. And there are several trainers who always say the same thing. They encounter people that say things like, well, diabetes run in my family. And they often respond, well, it's not that diabetes runs in your family, it's that no one runs in your family. And that's why there's diabetes. And a lot of these chronic diseases, including cancer, when people say, oh, cancer's in my family, heart disease is in my family, it's not that someone is just genetically destined to have these conditions. There's a lifestyle component that when that lifestyle interacts with your underlying genetics, it can generate problems. And I think for most Americans, the standard American diet is something that can generate some of these problems. And we have to have a conversation about it in order to prove the health of not only, people of color. I know we're always talking about health disparities, but we're talking about everybody in the United States. And the standard American diet definitely, has a negative impact on everybody. And that's something that's been seen in a lot of immigrants. So a lot of times, a lot of these chronic conditions have lower rates in immigrant communities. But when people start to come here to the United States and they adopt our Western diet and our Western lifestyle and Western habits over the next subsequent generations, they start to pick up things like diabetes, high blood pressure, and different cancers, et cetera. So right now, the rates of colon cancer in the Asian community, it's same with, depending on where you're at, the Latino community may be lower than other ethnic groups. But some of that is some of those groups are still reaping the benefits of being closer to immigration. And just because those numbers look pretty good right now does not necessarily mean 10, 20, 30 years from now, it's going to look the same way. So as more and more generations become Americanized, that Americanization can also include picking up some of these chronic diseases. So being Americanized is not just about waving, the flag and celebrating the 4th of July. There's a lot of other things that can come with being an American, both good and bad.
One of the speakers was talking about the work of Dr. Dennis Burkitt, and it blew me away to hear that there were certain cultures that he never saw one case of colon cancer.
Yeah. So Dr. Burkett, it was light years ahead of his time. He's definitely one of the giants in medicine. So he did a lot of studies in Africa, and he was specifically looking at the colon health of people in Africa. And what he found was in rural African communities where people were eating, upwards to 50 grams per day of diet, never saw colon cancer, never saw things like diverticular disease, which is very common. Diverticular disease is probably the most common finding that we find in our colonoscopies. That's where, as we age, the wall of the colon becomes a little bit weaker and it starts to bulge, and these little pockets form, and those pockets can be infected, which is what we call diverticulitis, and that's very painful. And some people it could be life threatening. I've even seen people lose their colon because of diverticulitis. But Dr. Burkett in these societies that ate diets that are rich in fiber, he never saw diverticular disease. So there was no such thing as people losing their colon because everyone's eating fiber. But here in the United States, on this standard American diet that's so low in fiber, it's a problem. I mean, there's literally people who are losing their colon because they're not ingesting enough fiber. And that's not a rarity. That happens. It's something that happens more frequently than what it should. So that's why today in our recipe, we're going to have a recipe that's chock full of fiber and healthy nutrients. And we're going to keep it plant-based today. We're not going to have, I want to keep it flavorful. So I want to respect everyone's taste buds. So that's one of my mottos is respect taste buds. Like the taste buds are important, but we have to keep it healthy too. So you got to respect your bodies.
That's great. What's the name of your dish?
So we're going to do a red beans and rice with quinoa. I mean, you can call it a vegan red beans and rice if you want. And like I was saying, your regular red beans and rice typically is going to have some bacon or some sausage in there, some andouille sausage. But we're not going to go that route. We're just going to keep it simple, and we're going to use some sun-dried tomatoes, have some liquid aminos, and some sun-dried tomato paste to really give some of that umami flavor. And then I also have some dried mushrooms here that are soaking, and we can even use some of the liquid from the dried mushrooms to provide some of that umami flavor. So umami is really the flavor that we get from eating meat. You don't have to eat meat to actually get that umami flavor. And I mean, it does make things tasty. It adds just a whole nother flavor for profile. So again, part of my motto is respect the taste buds. So out of respect for my taste buds, I'm going to add some umami. I'm going to try to keep everything pretty low on salt. And I feel like one of the ways to keep your salt intake down is really boosting up some of the other flavors where you don't need the salt. Because everything is just so flavorful, your tongue is going to be happy even if you don't put a lot of salt in there.
Great. I can't wait.
Okay. So should we get into it?
You bet.
Okay. So right now I have everything set up. Okay. So I don't know if you can see here. I have my mise en place all ready to go. And I am just going to grab my camera here and flip things around. Okay. All right. So can you see all this right here?
Yeah. And mise en place is such a great thing. If you want to explain what that is, in case people aren't chefs, they can do it anyway.
Yeah, you can definitely do it anyway. So mise en place, the whole concept is you want to get everything set up. I mean, it means everything in place. French. And I feel like if you go to culinary school, one of the first lessons you're going to learn is mise en place. If there's anything, I feel like the mise en place concept is the most important concept I learned from culinary school. I spent $16,000 to learn that you need to get organized. But right now I have everything measured out. Okay. I'm going to go over some of my ingredients. When you're doing a recipe, traditionally, you would probably like to use some of the dried beans. So I do have some dried red kidney beans here. And this recipe, honestly, we think about red beans and rice, but you don't have to use red beans. What I love about cooking, you can use whatever you have on like in the house. If you have lentils or if you have other, beans, you can use those. And this recipe is still taste good. It may not taste the same as your classic red beans and rice, but oftentimes when you're cooking for your family, I mean, you're not necessarily trying to go for classic flavors. You're really just trying to make something tasty that's healthy, that is servable for your family to eat. So we're going to keep things simple. We're going to use, I have some, these are not red beans. We're going to use some kidney beans here. Okay. So I'm going to use some canned kidney beans just to keep things simple. And those are a little bit quicker than using the dried red beans. But if you wanted to, if you're going to use the dried red beans, you can actually throw those in a pressure cooker. And even if you don't soak these overnight, they'll cook pretty quickly. So you can probably cook some dried beans in a pressure cooker for about 30-40 minutes. Whereas if you just soak them overnight and you want to cook them on the stove top or in the oven or in a slow cooker, I mean, it may take hours if you did that. And for me as a busy professional, I don't have time for all that. So back to my mise en place, I have my liquid ingredients set up over here. And I also have some chopped garlic. I have some bay leaves here that we're going to use some flavor. Then I have my mushrooms, these beautiful mushrooms here soaking. Just look at those mushrooms. And what I like about the mushrooms, so the dried mushrooms, you have to soak them. You can't just, throw them in a dish, primarily because if you don't soak them, you actually may be exposing yourself to certain toxins that need to be kind of soaked out when you soak the mushrooms. So I always let my mushrooms soak for about 20 minutes in hot water. Okay, so some people use boiling water. It doesn't necessarily have to be boiling, but it should be hot. And the liquid that the mushrooms are soaking in, I wouldn't just throw away that liquid. That is, that's flavor city right there. So you could use some of that liquid in the dish, and that's what we're going to use today. We're going to use some of the liquid. So I also have my aromatics here. We are going to use some onions, some celery, and a green pepper. And this right here, can you see all that? These are my aromatics. Okay, this is the foundation of the recipe. So we're going to use this to add a lot of flavor. And this is basically if you go to New Orleans and someone says the Holy Trinity, they may not necessarily be referring to a religious concept. They may actually be referring to onions, green peppers, and some celery. Okay, and this is like a flavor-filled combination that it's classic. It works. You can use it in a bunch of different ingredients, and that's what we're going to do today. Okay.
Great.
So
I've heard that concept about the Trinity.
Yeah, no, it's great. And it's funny, the French version of the Trinity is really going to be, onion, celery, and carrots. So like why are there not carrots in the New Orleans Holy Trinity? Like, why is that? And what's fascinating is because carrots don't really grow well in the swamp. So you have to grow carrots in the dirt, in the ground. And if you put carrots in the swamp, they're not really going to grow in New Orleans. Whereas celery can definitely grow in that climate and also in that soil texture. So it's one of the historical reasons why you really just don't see a lot of carrots in classic Creole and Cajun cooking, because they're in the swamp.
Yeah, they call it mirepoix, don't they, in French?
Yes, they call it mirepoix in French. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm going to flip this around here, and I'm going to start cutting up my veggies, and we're going to use the food processor to make things go a little bit quicker. So what I like about the food processor, if you don't have a good chef's knife like this, and you don't feel like, moving real fast with the knife, and you don't have the greatest knife skills, it's okay. Like, you don't have to be a professional chef to chop things up and make things tasty. Like, we actually have equipment that can do that for you. And sometimes when you're making the dish, when you're really dicing up those vegetables, really finely using that food processor, it changes the texture of the dish. And for my kids, I love them to death, but they don't like a lot of big vegetables in their dishes. So when I sneak my veggies in there, I have to make sure they don't really notice it all that much. Especially if it's not something they like. I mean, they love broccoli, they love cauliflower, but, big chunks of tomatoes, they just, their palate has not grown to love big chunks of tomatoes or big chunks of onion and stuff like that, and big chunks of garlic. So I have to, really chop things up well to make my kids eat it. And that's one of the reasons why the food processor, I mean, if I had to think about, which equipment in my kitchen would be like the equivalent of my best friend, I would say, the food processor would be up there. That's like one of my best friends in the kitchen. Same with my cast iron skillet. Like, if I had to move and someone said, look, you can take 2 items from your kitchen, what would it be? Cast iron skillet and my food processor. And with those, I'd probably figure out how to get around. All right. So I'm going to chop all this up just briefly so we can throw it in the food processor and we will get going. Okay.
Absolutely. We can only see, we can't see your hand. Is that okay?
Yeah. Is that okay for you?
It's okay for me.
Okay.
But when you put it in the food processor, it might be nice to see what you're doing.
Yeah. So I'll bring it over to the food processor and show everybody what we have going on. Okay. So I'm going to use half an onion and I'm just going to chop it up just a little bit further so it can go into the food processor. And I'll show everybody what it looks like. So we have that going in there, and I took a green pepper and I just chopped up my green pepper just a little bit so the food processor can do its job and dice it up. And with these green peppers, always make sure you take the sticker off. Like I've even been at restaurants and you find a sticker in the food every now and again. That's how they get you. You throw it in the food processor and there's a sticker on there, and you ruin the whole thing. And I
Extra
don't
fiber,
know,
extra fiber, right?
I mean, extra something. I don't even know what's in the sticker.
You didn't even cry when you cut that onion.
What's that?
You didn't even cry.
I have dry eyes, so my eyes. They're so dry, I don't even shed tears that much anymore.
I always get asked, what's the secret when you cut an onion? I find that red onions make me cry even more, but I don't have an onion cutting tip.
Yeah, it varies. I think having a sharp knife is good. So when you have a knife that's not that sharp, sometimes you're putting a lot of pressure on the onion, and that's going to release some of those gases. But once you cut everything through pretty quickly, some of the gases that trigger this tear reflex may not come out as quickly. So another thing that we're going to do here, I have some beautiful parsley. It's kind of sitting here. So I'm going to grab some of the parsley, and I'm really just ripping it off at this point. I'm not even really trying to measure it. So we're just keeping it simple, and it's already rinsed off. But you can see here some fresh parsley. And I keep it in a little jar. We're basically making a sofrito, okay? So if you do a lot of Puerto Rican cooking or a lot of Latino cooking, sofrito is where you take your aromatics and just kind of blend everything together, and it's really the flavorful foundation. And sometimes, since I'm so busy, I'll make sofrito or my form of sofrito, and I'll do it in the food processor, and then I'll divvy it up into ice cube trays and just keep it in my freezer. So, when I'm ready to come home and cook quickly, instead of cutting everything up and doing everything, all I have to do is go, grab an ice cube tray and throw some of the sofrito cubes in there, and we're good to go. That's super quick. So with my sofrito, I'm actually going to add some sun-dried tomatoes, okay? So I'm going to put the sun-dried tomatoes in there. I have about 3 or 4 of them. And the purpose of this, it really adds that umami flavor. And it's going to help with the texture of the beans. It's really just going to make everything taste nice and balanced. So I also have some garlic here. So it's about, I would say 3 cloves of garlic. They're already chopped up. I'm going to throw it in there too. Okay. So I got pretty much all my ingredients in there. We're going to come over here. Let me grab a towel. So I'll turn this around and I will let you all see what we have going on, okay? So we're gonna come over here to the food processor. I am going to grab my lid. See all the ingredients just kind of in here. I already had my food processor set up, so I had my blade in there. We're ready to go. You wanna make sure your blade is already in there before you start throwing any ingredients in there, because sometimes if the blade's not in, it just gets, now you have to stick your hand in there and get everything situated. So I should be good to go. Make sure I'm nice and locked. And then we're gonna pulse it initially, but I'm just gonna let it go for a second. All right, so I'm gonna take a look at it and make sure everything's getting cut up. Got a little bit more pulsing to do. All right.
That looks like a very nice food processor.
Yeah, so this is a Cuisinart. So a Cuisinart food processor. It's a bigger one. They have smaller ones that are a little bit cheaper that, really only hold a couple of cups. I think it holds about 4 cups. So I like this one because I can make sofrito and stuff in batches, as opposed to just cutting up one little thing and I'll do a lot. So now I have my mirepoix and my sofrito all ready to go. So what we're going to do now, I already have my skillet and everything preheating. So we're going to let that warm up just a little bit, but pretty much we're ready to go. So that was the most complicated part of doing the whole dish. I mean, just blending everything. But once I got my mirepoix and everything set up, it's like I can just get going pretty much immediately. So what we're going to do is I have my skillet warming up right now. Give it just a little bit more time to warm up because I want to hear everything start to sizzle when I throw my ingredients in there. I'm going to use a little bit of olive oil here. Okay. So I have some olive oil. I'm just going to use just a little bit, just barely enough to cover the bottom of the dish. You don't want to have oily beans. Nobody wants oily beans. And I don't want to add a whole bunch of calories in there by adding a whole bunch of oil. I just want to add enough to, prevent my mirepoix from burning and sticking to the bottom of the actual plate. I mean, the bottom of the pot.
Dr. McDonald, some of the people watching the summit will also be following more of a Dr. Esselstyn type diet. So would it be all right if they sauteed in, say, broth and water?
Yeah, you can definitely saute in broth as opposed to water. I mean, as opposed to oil. So there's a lot of different options. I mean, oil, hands down, is not necessary. There's definitely different camps out there. But for people who are doing a whole foods, plant-based diet where they're really minimizing their oil exposure, you can do water, you can do veggie broth, you can do even the reserved liquid from our mushrooms. There's a lot of different options to, keep the vegetables and everything from sticking to your skillet or your pot. Okay.
And I have a question about the green pepper. My understanding is that green bell peppers are unripe. And I've talked to people who, for some reason, get a little bit of digestive upset from the green ones, but not from the red ones. Could you use a red one?
Yeah, you can definitely use a red one. So, the Trinity, I just use a pepper, and it doesn't have to be green. It can be red. Traditionally, you'll probably more see green peppers as opposed to red peppers in New Orleans cooking, but you can use green, yellow, orange peppers, whatever pepper you would like, and it's still going to have a relatively similar flavor profile. All right. So now we are going to put our mirepoix in here. All right.
That's the sound of flavor.
That is the sound of flavor. Okay. So I have it going here and I'm using a nice little bamboo utensil here just to spread everything around. So you want to barely hear a sound. Like you don't want to hear a loud sound with everything sizzling because you're going to burn your mirepoix, but you don't necessarily want to hear silence. So I like hearing just a little bit of sound, and I'm going to let this cook just to let flavor build, okay? So the longer this cooks, the more flavor you're going to have, okay? So if you just cook it for a little bit, still get some flavor, but if you cook it for a little bit longer where it's not burning, you don't want to burn it. If it burns, you're going to get a bitter flavor that's kind of nasty, and it's going to throw off the flavor of the whole dish. But I really just wanted to cook just a little bit. Now, the cool thing about using the food processor, if you're in a rush and you don't want this to cook a little bit longer, the fact that you process and everything, process all the food and chop it up so finely, you're still going to get a lot of flavor, even if you don't let it cook for an extended period of time. But most dishes require that you cook your mirepoix for like 5 minutes or so, just until the onions and everything are nice and softened. But again, when you're using that food processor, it'll be easier to soften everything up. So it doesn't really take a whole lot of time, okay? So what we're going to do now, we are going to add, so some people like to add a little bit of salt at this stage. If you're trying to avoid salt, because you have high blood pressure or you're worried about blood pressure, by all means, you don't have to do that. If you wanted to add just a little bit, sometimes when the mirepoix is cooking, that's a good opportunity to just add a little bit of seasoning and flavor. So we're going to throw just a little tiny bit in there. I mean, barely even a pinch. And that's really just to bring out some of the flavor in the onions. So we'll let that cook a little bit. And now we can add some of our liquid ingredients, okay? So what do we have here? I have my sun-dried tomato. That's going to give us some nice flavor. I also have a little bit of liquid aminos, okay? So this is one of the reasons why you don't need a lot of salt, because the liquid aminos is already going to have a little bit of salt in there. So for people who are very salt sensitive, I mean, there's forms of liquid aminos that don't have a lot of sodium in there. And you could skip this step altogether. So I think everyone, you should be cognizant about your own health history and how some of these foods can impact your body. So yes, liquid aminos have amino acids in there, and they may have their own separate health benefits, but it still has sodium. Okay, so if you know you just had a stroke and your blood pressure goes high, this may not necessarily be the best thing for. But for people who are normal tensive, and especially if you're eating a plant-based diet that has a lot of vegetables that may decrease your blood pressure, I wouldn't be worried too much about it. I just wouldn't want to use a lot of it because, it will make your dish a little bit too salty, okay? So we have, maybe about a couple of teaspoons in here, okay? So we're going to throw that in there. And another source of umami flavor is going to be Worcestershire sauce, okay? So I have a plant-based Worcestershire sauce here that does not have any anchovies. And so some of the Worcestershire sauce typically may have anchovies in it. If people want to be completely vegan, you need to look at the back of those ingredients to make sure you know what you're dealing with. If you're, one of the pescatarians and you don't necessarily care if you're eating, fish or something, that may be okay. But for those vegans who really want to be strictly vegan, be aware, Worcestershire sauce, it can be a sneaky source of fish, okay? So we're going to throw that in there. This is about a half cup, okay? Not a half cup. That's about a fourth cup. All right. So everything is coming together. So I'm smelling the aroma right now. I mean, it smells so good. Just looking at it reminds me of being in New Orleans.
Do you ever make this for your family, this dish, or for your patients when you are able to do your cooking classes?
Yeah, so I've done this for a cooking class, and a lot of people love it. So, I'm at the University of Chicago. I'm on the South Side, and a lot of people who come to my cooking classes are African American. So I spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to make kind of traditional Southern style dishes healthier. So I really want to, meet people where they are. So I have to figure out how to take something that's familiar, put a healthy twist on it, yet still have the flavor and the taste profile that people can have grown to learn and love. So this is definitely one of the dishes that I do for some of my cooking demonstrations. And, I like using the option of doing the dried beans versus canned beans because, a lot of people have different resources. So not everyone has an Instapot, or not everyone has a pressure cooker, and not everyone has time to, cook beans the traditional way. So it is okay to use kidney beans that are in a can, especially if you're using low sodium ones. So we have everything going, and now I'm going to add a little bit more flavor, okay? So we're going to throw our sun-dried tomato paste in there. Do you have to use sun-dried tomato paste? No, you don't. You can use regular tomato paste, but I like doing the sun-dried tomato paste because there's something about the sun-dried tomato.
Absolutely. Where do you get sun-dried tomato paste? I haven't seen it.
So it's typically in the Italian section at grocery stores. So at Whole Foods, they may have it, but I got mine from Mariano's, which is a local grocery store. And this is not a fancy grocery store. So this is not like one of those high-end grocery stores. This is a grocery store that is a couple blocks from my house. I live in Bronzeville on the South Side. So some people may say that's the hood, other people may say that's the good part of the hood, but it's not a fancy neighborhood nonetheless. So this is really just a neighborhood grocery store, nothing fancy. So I got it from there, went to the Italian section where they have quote unquote the ethnic foods, and got some there. So we have this going. Let's see here. So now I'm going to add some of my dry ingredients, okay? So I have smoked paprika, okay? So a little bit of smoked paprika, about teaspoon and a half or so. What I like about the smoked paprika, okay, so when you're cooking red beans and rice traditionally, you may be using bacon, and bacon has kind of a smoky flavor to it. So how do you get that smoky flavor without actually using bacon? And one of my tricks is definitely using some smoked paprika, okay? So we're gonna throw the smoked paprika in there. And alternatively, some people, you may want to try using liquid smoke. That's a good source. And you can even do the liquid smoke in this dish, but we're going to hold off on the liquid smoke right now. So now I just have a little bit of black pepper. I'm just going to sprinkle that in there. And then I have a little bit of Cajun seasoning. Okay. So the Cajun seasoning I'm using, this is Slap Your Mama. Not that I advocate for anyone to slap their mothers. Like, don't slap your mama, but use Slap Your Mama seasoning. It tastes good. So we're going to throw a pinch of that in there. And I like doing a pinch initially because you can always add more seasoning later, but you can't take it back. So if you add too much initially and it becomes salty or something overpowering, like it'll just throw off the whole flavor of this, and then you spend time trying to make things taste good again. Like you really don't want to go down that pathway. So instead of being overly generous with the seasoning initially, I am a little bit conservative with seasoning, and you can always taste this over time and see how the flavors are developing and add more seasoning as needed. So we'll do that. And now I'm going to put my phone down just for 1 second. Let's see here. Let's reverse this. All right. All right. So now all those flavors are getting to know each other, getting to meet each other. And I'm just going to get my little station here set up. And now I'm going to chop up some sun-dried tomatoes. And I'm also going to chop up some of my mushrooms, okay, that have been soaking. I'm going to throw that in there. And then we're going to throw the beans in there, let that simmer for another 10 minutes or so. And we should be good to go, okay? So I like composting, okay? I feel obligated to care about our environment. So there's something that bothers me about food waste in America and a lot of other developed countries. We waste a lot of food. Like the food just goes in the trash and that's the end of it. But I like composting because, instead of wasting a food, now we can use it to grow more food. And it becomes this kind of circular process where we're recycling and, utilizing food to its fullest potential. And in doing that, it's not just about eating food. It's also about using it to grow more food. So we can put some of my leftover scraps in the compost. Another thing, oftentimes I don't even compost the scraps. I just put them in a Ziploc bag, go in my freezer. And if I'm going to make like a stock or something like that, I already have all the vegetables and everything I needed to go. And I just have to, throw those scraps in, a pot and add some water and we're good to go. So we are going to put these aside for now. All right. So I'm going to grab my sun-dried tomatoes. But we're going to hold off on the sun-dried tomatoes because I already put some in the mirepoix, so I don't have to cut up anymore. But I'm going to grab the mushrooms here, okay? So I have some of the mushrooms, just kind of, these are porcini mushrooms, so I have these just kind of soaking here. We're going to chop up just a little bit of them, and that's going to give the dish also some umami, meaty flavor, and it's also going to change the texture. So let me give these some rough cuts. You don't have to be perfect with your knife skills when cutting up the mushrooms. I mean, the mushrooms don't really have the perfect shape. So, I wouldn't be looking for a fine, perfect dice on here. I just want to cut up some and cut them up well enough where you don't have these big chunks in there. So I still wanted them to be, relatively the same size, but they don't have to be perfect. All right. So I got those chopped up. I'm going to show everybody. Let's see here. All right. So you see the mushrooms here, nice and chopped up and diced. So I'm just going to grab some here. I'm going to throw it in my dish and let the mushrooms absorb some of the flavor and some of the liquid in here. I mean, look at all this. This just looks so good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, nice color. And we are now going to add our beans, okay?
All right, so I've got to say this. I know how healthy beans and legumes are, and
Yeah,
almost all the doctors on the summit want their patients to eat them. But some people, especially at the beginning, have a little bit of difficulty with beans.
yeah. So, it really depends on what problems you're experiencing. So, if you have issues with gas and bloating, the beans definitely can trigger some gas and bloating. So, for someone who's trying to transition to a plant-based diet, especially if you have some constipation, you're trying to figure out ways to incorporate more fiber. The beans contain chemicals known as FODMAPs. Okay, so FODMAPs, that's the acronym, stands for fermentable oligosaccharides, disaccharides, monosaccharides, and polyols. So beans are definitely rich in FODMAPs, and these are basically sugars that we don't really absorb well, and those sugars can subsequently get down into our colon where the majority of our bacteria live, and the bacteria can convert those sugars into gas and make us feel even more bloated. So does that mean that we shouldn't eat beans at all? No. Does that mean people who have digestive issues should not eat beans? No. It just means that you have to give your gut bacteria time to get accustomed to eating some of these beans, especially if you haven't been doing it for a long period of time, which again, for the average American, we just haven't been eating a lot of fiber. Now, another thing that's reasonable to talk about beans is there's a lot of information on the internet saying that beans are just terrible because they have lectins. There's this one doctor, he's done a lot of campaigns to make us scared of beans. And he's basically saying that, the lectins, which is a chemical or nutrient within beans, are a toxin that's, causing weight gain and, causing humanity to suffer. And some of the videos are crazy. I mean, it's like the beans are the source of all evil in the world. And that's not true. And a lot of the sources that he cites are, one, he doesn't really cite a lot of good information. So what the lectins are, there's one lectin in red beans that if the beans aren't cooked, it can trigger symptoms, okay? So red beans can have a compound called phytohemagglutinin, and that can trigger nausea and vomiting. Now, that's only when it's not cooked, okay? So, I wouldn't eat like a handful of raw red beans. I mean, that would make you sick. Or I wouldn't eat some undercooked red beans. So you really want to cook your beans through thoroughly, and you don't have to worry about any of these lectins that this doctor is saying, is the cause of all disease in the world. So right now we have our red beans and rice kind of simmering, okay? So it's already looking pretty good. And what we can do is now we can actually add a little bit of veggie stock just to thin it out. I mean, right now it looks pretty good. So I don't really even have to do any veggie stock. But if you wanted to, and if you wanted to add a little bit more flavor, you could add veggie stock. But honestly, instead of spending money and using some store-bought veggie stock, we already have some stock here going. So the liquid that we soak the mushrooms in, you could use that liquid also as a mushroom stock. And this is not going to have any salt. So some of the store-bought stocks are going to have a lot of sodium in there. For people who are trying to cut down on your sodium, this is a good way to add flavor and add a stock without actually adding sodium. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this. Better yet, I'm going to put it in a bowl. And I'm just going to strain it out, and I'm going to use some of these mushrooms for later. So this is one of the strainers that I use with my little girl. She loves colorful utensils and equipment. So when I think about trying to get my kids to cook, I have to think about not only, like how do I make them interested in ingredients? Like I want to use fun equipment that's going to make them excited. And, this looks very plainful and stuff like that. It looks like one of her toys. So we're going to use this and just strain this real fast. And I'm going to set these aside. And look, I have this liquid here that is chock full of flavor. So we're going to add some of this.
Wow. Looks almost like a chili.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So we are just going to let this simmer.
Is red beans and rice traditionally a hot dish? Not, I mean, hot like heat hot, but like spicy hot.
It can be. So if people who want it spicy, I would add just a little bit of Tabasco at the end, and that'll make it tasty. But for people who don't want it spicy, again, there's some people who throw the Tabasco in as it's cooking, just to add that flavor. But you have to know the audience in which you're cooking for. So if people don't want spice, let them be in charge of how spicy the dish is going to be. So if they want to add a whole bunch of Tabasco, that's their choice. But at least give them that choice. When you serve somebody something super duper spicy, you already made the choice for them. So in my family, I mean, I'm cooking for myself, but I also have my wife and 3 kids. So I have to respect the flavor profiles of 4 other people. And my oldest son, he likes spicy stuff, but everybody else, they're kind of like, they're not really the biggest fan of spice. I'm probably in my household the biggest fan of spicy stuff. So it was up to me. I'd be dumping, the whole bottle of Tabasco and keeping it really spicy. Now, in terms of gut health, that's also something worth talking about. There's a lot of confusion as to whether or not spice is bad for your gut. So the active ingredient in most spicy peppers and hot sauces would be capsaicin. Okay, so capsaicin does have anti-inflammatory properties, so it can, in some ways, be helpful for certain gut issues. It can decrease inflammation. However, there are a couple different studies. I actually wrote a good article on my blog a little while ago that really talked about is spicy foods good for you or bad for you. So there's definitely some health benefits to spicy foods, but there have been some studies that have shown that if people have Crohn's disease, certain people with Crohn's disease, the spicy foods can trigger flares, and maybe even people with irritable bowel syndrome, you can be a little bit sensitive to spicy foods. So everyone's body is a little bit different. So I would say if you know that spicy foods give you symptoms, then maybe you should hold off on doing a lot of spicy foods. But for some people who are like, I do spicy foods and feel fine, then I really wouldn't worry about it too much. For people who have ulcers, the spicy foods could potentially trigger some of the ulcer pain. And then there's a study that shows that spicy foods can also trigger symptoms for anal fissures. So for people who have rectal bleeding, who have anal fissures as a source of the rectal bleeding, those fissures can be painful. The capsaicin, the actual spice, we don't absorb all of it. So some of that spice actually gets down into our stool. And when you have a bowel movement, and the bowel movement, if it contains some of the capsaicin that's in the food, and when that capsaicin goes by that anal fissure, that's going to be painful. I mean, that's almost like pouring Tabasco on an open wound. Like, it's going to hurt. There's another myth out there that spicy foods cause hemorrhoids. Spicy foods do not cause hemorrhoids. So that's not true. But I think the reason why that myth came to exist is that spicy foods can irritate anal fissures. So mistakenly, people thought that when they experienced some burning down below, it was a hemorrhoid forming. It was an anal fissure that was already there. And the spicy foods was just, it just brought that to your attention.
Thank you.
All right. So we have this cooking, and it already smells good. Now, this is when you want to start tasting your dish and see if you want to adjust some of the flavors. Okay. And when you do that, make sure you're not, licking the spoon and putting the spoon back in, because that would not be good for the gut health of all the people you're trying to feed.
Can this dish be frozen?
Definitely. So it's definitely something that's freezable. I would freeze it in small batches, as opposed to, one big bag. So I would, probably put it in a couple different Ziploc bags or so and throw it in the freezer. And you definitely want it to cool down before you try to freeze it. So I wouldn't just, take it fresh off the stovetop and throw it in some Ziploc bags and throw it in the freezer. You want it to be relatively cool before you actually put stuff in the freezer, because if it's still hot and you throw it in the freezer, it's going to affect the temperature of the freezer, and it's going to, freeze a lot slower than if you just had it cool down before. Okay. So you can use this with rice. I mean, traditionally it would go over white rice, but white rice at the end of the day is the most processed rice out there. So there's other healthier alternatives. So I'm going to use it with quinoa and actually have some quinoa in the pressure cooker right now that's already cooked. The quinoa I like to use, I mean, there's a lot of different quinoa out there, and same with rice. So I like using this brown rice from Four Sisters. So this is a brown rice that actually comes from Louisiana. Um, so they make a white rice variety also. So here's the white rice variety. So those are good options, but you can use any grain if you want. So if you want to use, farro and stuff like that, that is a reasonable option for a lot of people into the bean based rice. So there's a bean rice made by Bonza. So Bonza is a company, and it's I believe they make chickpea rice. So that's a good alternative. That's going to have a lot of fiber in it and a lot of nutrients. And so for people who are trying to figure out ways to increase their fiber intake, that is another way. But I decided to use some quinoa. Okay, so we got some quinoa going, and that's going to be the vehicle that I'm going to use to serve my rice on top of. Um, but right now, we're just going to let this cook just a little bit longer and cook out some of that extra liquid. Now, if you really want to give the texture of red beans and rice, you really got to let it cook for a little bit. But if you really just want the flavor, I mean, it'll be good to go right now, and it'll still be really tasty. Um, so what I'm going to do is I am going to grab my quinoa, grab a bowl, and we can get everything plated. How's that sound?
That sounds great. I never heard of chickpea rice, so thank you. That's really interesting that they make rice out of legumes now.
Yeah, yeah. So they make rice out of legumes, and same with pasta.
Yeah, I knew about the pasta, but I never heard about the rice. You mentioned how white rice is the most processed. Then why the heck is it the best tasting? But I notice that a lot of times when people have GI problems and have flare, they say that white rice it's just one of the few things they can eat. It just always seems to feel good in their gut.
Well, it's easily digested. Okay, so it's the whole of the white rice has been removed. So it's to make white rice white. It's already partially broken down and digested, so people can absorb it easily, and it's not really gonna trigger a whole lot of symptoms. So if you think about the brat diet and stuff like that, rice has been a part of that diet for years. However, health is more than just avoiding symptoms. So oftentimes, when people have bloating and stuff like that, it's not because the food isn't healthy. It's because people are just really not prepared to handle the impacts of the health benefits of the food itself. So, your brown rice is going to have way more nutrients and way more fiber and way more just health benefits overall for your gut, regardless of experiencing symptoms. But again, people really have to be ready to take in all that fiber. So ultimately, if you're trying to decrease your risk of developing colon cancer, you really have to eat foods that are rich in fiber. And unfortunately, the white rice is just not going to fit the bill. But rice is a staple. So I know a lot of times people are trying to lose weight and people are concerned about eating too much rice. It's I feel like there is a role for rice in a healthy diet. You just don't want to do too much of it. And what I like about rice is quick, it's easy, it's cheap, and I would rather have someone do a little bit of white rice every now and again than a whole bunch of potato chips and other processed foods.
Absolutely. I love what you said though. Health is about more than just avoiding symptoms.
Yeah. I mean, you could eat potato chips all day and have no symptoms.
Oh, that's funny.
Right. I mean, like literally someone, I mean, when you think about some of the diets that people get on, even in the hospital, we're doing these low residue diets and these liquid diets, and, people are on different processed tube feeding formulas. Like those have calories and they have, some vitamins in there, but it's very artificial. And, you may not have a lot of symptoms when you're doing those, but is that the healthiest thing for your body? For the long term, it may not necessarily be the healthiest thing. And we also have no studies of people who've been doing like tube feedings their entire life. I mean, there's some kids, unfortunately, who are born with congenital issues where you do have to start doing tube feedings at an early age. But in terms of, what's the risk of developing cancer and other health conditions just by being on that diet? Like that's been a population that we have not studied that population to really talk about the long-term outcomes of just being on a tube-fed diet completely.
Wow. So, Dr. McDonald, what is the truth about cooking and eating for GI health?
So you have to, it's not just GI health, it's for your overall health. And if you're focusing on your health, be it the health of your gut, be it the health of your heart, it all starts with food. And one of the best ways to control your food is to cook it yourself. So when you're not cooking food yourself, you're giving that control to another chef, a restaurant, or a corporation if you're doing a bunch of prepared, foods. So my grandmother is from the South, and with her Southern experience, she didn't really have a lot of trust in anybody. So and that trust or lack thereof extended to the food that she was cooking. So she was like, why would I trust somebody else more than I trust myself to prepare what I put in my body? And why would I trust somebody else more than the way she trusted herself with her health? So that's one of the reasons why she was a big fan of cooking and really got me into cooking at an early age. So I tell all my patients that, cooking is really fundamental if you're trying to be healthy. And I see a lot of people, unfortunately, who don't understand that concept. And in my weight management clinic, I'll see some guys, some older men who are trying to lose weight, and their significant other partner may do all the cooking. And they'll come in like, well, my blood pressure's high and I'm trying to lose weight, but my wife, she just wants to cook unhealthy stuff. And I'm like, well, why don't you cook for yourself? Or why don't you ask them to cook something differently? Well, they just want to cook whatever they like cooking, whatever they know how to cooking, and I'm stuck eating it. And to me, I want people to feel empowered to be in a position where you can cook for yourself, where you can, take control of your health, especially if you're able-bodied and you have the ability to cook. I think it's an ability that we all should be able to take advantage of. And the flip side, I see a lot of women who have health issues, and they actually may be the one cooking, but their partner is like, well, I only want you cooking this unhealthy food because this is stuff that I like. And then they feel kind of disempowered to cook healthier. And that's also sad. In many ways, both of these situations are a form of abuse to some degree, because your partner, your loved one, should not be the person that's actually preventing you from being healthy. But oftentimes, when it comes to food, I see these scenarios frequently.
Wow. Are you ready to plate your dish?
I am ready to plate the dish. So let me grab my quinoa. I'm going to step to the side real fast. All right. So I have my quinoa right here. So let's see. Let's hold it up to the camera.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, you see the steam and everything coming off of it? And I just cooked the quinoa in a rice cooker. I love my rice cooker. I know we're talking about equipment that, are my best friends in my kitchen. My rice cooker is up there. It's definitely part of the crew, so to speak. And as a busy professional, these are the kitchen hacks that make my life easy, okay? So I have my quinoa in the bowl here. We'll do just a little bit more. And I cooked the quinoa. I just cooked it with a little bit of veggie stock and a little bit of water. And that was it. Real simple.
You ever toast your quinoa before you cook it?
I do. So I do a lot of different things. Sometimes I rinse it off. Sometimes I toast it. If I'm going to toast it, I may not rinse it if I'm going to toast it because you want it dry to get that kind of toasty, nutty flavor. But it definitely adds an extra layer of flavor when you toast it. And when it comes to cooking, it's all about flavor. Like if I'm going to cook, like I want it to taste good and I want to have as much flavor as possible. And that's like toasting your quinoa, toasting your nuts, toasting your spices. So if you're doing like, a dish with cumin seeds and stuff like that, toasting it just adds an extra layer of flavor. And even if you're doing a lot of Latin-based cooking where you're using dried peppers and whatnot, if you toast the peppers beforehand, or even if you're doing, red peppers, like with this dish, you could actually toast those peppers beforehand, and that's going to add a whole nother layer of flavor. But a lot of people, you may or may not have time, but if you're really interested in adding flavor, like toasting is a skill set that you should be aware of. All right. So we're going to start throwing this in here. All right. So this looks good. So I plated it right now. And a lot of times when you plate things, you could add some extra ingredients on top. So we have some green onions here. And this is another way to add another source of vegetables to the dish and also some more flavor, okay? So I'm gonna quickly just give a nice little rough chop to the green onions. Throw that on there. And then we're gonna flip this over and let everybody see what we're working with here. All right, so that looks tasty. So we have the quinoa, we have some green onions, we have our beans that are chock full of flavor. I'm actually ready to eat. I don't know how much longer I can sit here just looking at the food and not eating it.
Well, then I'll definitely let you go. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. McDonald.
Thank you for having me.
So did he blow your mind? Is he everything I said he'd be? What did you guys think of his demo and talking about GI things at the same time? Don't know if that's always the best idea when you're eating. So please comment on the Summit page. We'd love to hear what you're thinking about this. And we so love it and appreciate it when you share this. It's absolutely free. We have 3 more filled days of information, and you can just share it very easily using the share button on Facebook or just sending the link to anyone who can benefit from this. So I've got 5 pages of notes, but I think my biggest takeaway is health is not just about avoiding symptoms. That was really amazing. Dr. McDonald talked about how food is one of the most important variables in terms of controlling your health, maybe even the most important, but definitely one of the most important. And he said, for a doctor who wants to see his patient want to become healthy, it's one of the most important skill sets they can have, because healthy people utilize food to become healthy and improve their health. And since this wasn't taught to him in medical school, he went to culinary school. Chadwick Boseman's passing of colon cancer has it on everybody's mind. And what he does daily is help people prevent colon cancer through colonoscopies. But they remove the polyps. They don't prevent them. Prevention is the cure. So we need to change our diet to one that is plants, that is full of fiber. Remember, no animal product has any fiber. No processed food has any fiber. And they don't have vitamins, minerals, phytochemicals, antioxidants, and micronutrients either. We need to eat plants exclusively or at least predominantly. He says these polyps can take years to grow and they often become cancer. So he said the short answer, eating more fruits and vegetables, eating less meat and processed meat. I would recommend none. He said our cooking techniques can play a role in potentially developing colon cancer, because any meat cooked with high heat techniques can create carcinogens and chemicals that can increase the risk of developing cancer, such as grilling, deep frying, browning, roasting. They may create flavor, but they can also cause cancer through these nitrosamines and polyaromatics and hydrocarbons and heterocyclic amines. we can create lots of flavor without them, as you saw by his demo, and you'll see in Chef Darshana's demo coming up today. And by the way, wasn't it awesome that you got the video right away? You didn't have to wait until the summit was over. So he made a traditional red beans and rice dish, which usually has bacon or sausage. And he didn't use that, and he still created lots of flavor. He said that many studies have shown that processed meat, because of the nitrates, can cause cancer. And it can also alter the bacteria in the gut. We know that the unfavorable bacteria like the meat and the processed food, but the favorable one like the fiber from the plants. He said over 50, colon cancer has decreased, but not in people under 50. So screening like Cologuard and colonoscopy, early detection is a good thing. And he said that blood in the stool is a most important symptom, but it doesn't always mean cancer. You know, I actually had an anal fissure. I think I forgot to mention that when I did my little video explaining why I wanted to do this summit, but I remember that was very painful. That was when I was 19. He said it could be hemorrhoids or anal fissures that cause blood in the stool. But if you have blood in your stool, you need to get it checked out as soon as possible. Don't wait on a symptom like that. He said what we eat is very important to prevent cancer. And it's important we know our family history, because if family history, we might need a colonoscopy at 40, because if they had cancer, you need it 10 years younger than they were diagnosed. He said diabetes doesn't run in your family. Nobody runs in your family. And he said that immigrants have a lower rate until they move here and adopt our diet. In rural Africa, Dr. Burkett found no colon cancer, none, or diverticular disease. He says you got to respect the taste buds. All the speakers, all the ones in the United States, because of the pandemic, I couldn't ship to other countries, got a gift for being on the summit. And he got one. I had a custom made apron for him that said his quote, respect the taste buds. He said sun-dried tomato paste and mushrooms give that umami flavor, so you don't always need to be pouring salt on things. And it allows you to eliminate or at least greatly reduce salt. And if you don't have time to soak and cook the beans, canned are fine, preferably salt-free. And he talked about soaking the mushrooms to give that flavor. And he said mise en place, that's something that's really important if you want to have healthy eating, because you've got to do that mise en place. That means everything in its place in French. Before you attempt a recipe, don't start it until everything is on the counter. Doesn't have to be measured, but have everything you need. When you're having to run around and grab stuff, it just makes it so much harder. He talked about aromatics, onion, celery, bell pepper, the holy trinity. I call sugar, oil, and salt the evil trinity in my book. He said that you don't see carrots like in mirepoix in Creole cooking because carrots don't grow in swamps. Didn't know that. Fun fact. For kids, he said, cut everything really finely. Great takeaway for you parents who have kids that are not eating vegetables. And he said, you don't need a knife. You can use a food processor. And I know with my rotator cuff tear, I can't even use my right arm. So food processor has been a lifesaver for me. He said, I said, make sure you take the sticker off your produce. Yep, I've had that happen to me, seeing that little thing in the final product. But he said having your knife sharp is very important. And it's true, because if you cut yourself with a sharp knife, it hurts. But if you cut yourself with a dull knife, it really hurts. He talked about sofrito, where you blend all the aromatics together. It's often found in the foundation cooking for Latin and Puerto Rican cooking. And I love his idea of actually making it and freezing it in ice cube trays. Brilliant. And he says you can saute in broth or water, or even the reserved liquid from the soaked mushrooms. So oil is really never necessary. And especially if you're trying to lose weight or reverse heart disease, we recommend you eliminate it entirely. Don't need it. The longer it cooks without burning, the more flavor it gets. So you don't need to add extra salt from the coconut aminos he used. He said most Worcestershire sauce has anchovies. So if you're an ethical vegan like me and other people, then you want to get a brand that doesn't have it. And they do have those at health food stores and online. I saw it at Whole Foods, actually. He said stock can add a lot of flavor without adding sodium, and you can make your own, or you can even buy box broths now without salt. Or I love his trick about using the mushroom broth. Dr. McDonald said that spicy food can trigger pain for people with anal fissures. It's from the capsaicin. He says it's like pouring fire on an open wound. Again, you just have to know your body. Everybody's different. He said you can use red bell pepper instead of green. And he feels that just the tiniest pinch of salt brings out the flavor in the onions. I find that it's really the long cooking of the onions that brings out the flavor, the slow caramelization. But if you're going to use salt, a pinch is what you want. He said sun-dried tomato paste can be found in Italian grocery stores. I'll have to look for that. That sounds fantastic. Hopefully I can get one without salt. And smoked paprika or liquid smoke will give a really bacony flavor, a smoky flavor, and you can always add more seasoning. But remember, you can't take it out. So if there's somebody in your family that doesn't like spicy food, you got to default to the person with the least spice tolerance. They can always add more. He goes, you can compost your scraps or make broth. I have a recipe on my YouTube channel for doing that in my book. Very easy, cheap, basically free. He said, never eat raw kidney beans or raw beans. There's phytohemogglutinin and can trigger nausea and vomiting when uncooked or undercooked. Otherwise, lectins are fine. So don't listen to that doctor. You know who, he's wrong. Spicy foods can trigger flares in some people with Crohn's, IBS, and ulcers. But he says that cooking is fundamental if you're trying to be healthy. It really is. Spicy foods do not cause hemorrhoids, but can cause pain in an anal fissure. He said, no double dipping. Remember that Seinfeld episode? It's not good for our gut health. And he says, always make sure you cool your food completely before you refrigerate it or freeze it. He says, we don't absorb all of the spices. Some of it gets in the stool. And he talked about something I never heard of. It sounded amazing. I mean, I am a fan of white rice. I'm not going to lie. I eat it. I love it. But chickpea rice has more fiber. So I'm definitely going to look for that online and in stores. I'd never even heard about it. He says it's better to eat white rice than potato chips, of course, and health is more than just avoiding symptoms. He wants people to feel empowered and cook for themselves. He said, I can't read my writing. I thought your partner should not be the one preventing you from cooking and eating healthy. If it is, then have a session with Dr. Doug Lisle. He said toasting seeds and nuts add another layer of flavor. I would say the toasting spices can do the same thing. And he said you can also roast the peppers too, and that brings out more flavor, so you don't need all the salt. He said garnishing with scallions adds colors, nutrition, and other sources of flavor. And we learned from, remember, Nancy Jaffe, that even people on low FODMAP can often use the green part of the scallion or the chive. So I hope you enjoyed Dr. McDonald as much as I did, because he is coming back. He is our last speaker of the summit. We saved, well, I don't want to say saved the best for last, because everybody was the best, but he is going to close out the show on the last day. So next we have another complementary strategy to recovery. And people say, well, why? You know, it's not an MD. Well, here's the thing, guys. I've been vegan for 43 years, and I know a lot of hardcore vegans that will not take medication under any circumstances, even if they're near death, but they might consider a homeopathic or a naturopathic solution. So we wanted to offer all sides of this problem. So we have Dr. Stephanie Berg, who is going to talk about some of the naturopathic solutions to gut health problems. Please welcome her to the summit. Hi, Dr. Berg, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, I can't wait to dive into this topic because it hasn't been discussed before. I know you're going to talk about the naturopathic approach to SIBO, but before you do, could you please explain to our viewers exactly what SIBO is? And please feel free to go into as much detail as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I actually think this is very important to start out this way so that the rest of the presentation makes sense. And so what SIBO is, it stands for small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. And we are supposed to have most of our bacteria, our good bacteria, in our large intestine. So we have our small intestine first, and then the large intestine. We're supposed to have all the bacteria we hear about, the microbiome down there. We do most of our digestion of our food, though, first in the small intestine. And so with SIBO, you basically have food or overgrowth of bacteria in the small intestine that shouldn't be there. And there are various reasons for why this can happen. But what happens is when those bacteria are there, where you're doing most of your digestion of your food, they are eating that food. Primarily, it's the good whole food starches and carbohydrates, unfortunately, and because they love that food too. And they eat it, and then they produce gas, pretty much just like humans. The problem is when they produce that gas, they're not supposed to be there. That gas is not supposed to be there. And so then you have the bloating and all of those uncomfortable symptoms that we associate with SIBO. Typically, SIBO, people will describe really uncomfortable bloating, worse at the end of the day, after they've eaten most of their food for the day. And then oftentimes they'll say, I wake up with a flat stomach, but then as soon as I eat anything, I have this bloated stomach. And some types of SIBO can be associated with diarrhea, others with constipation, and then others a mix of diarrhea and constipation. And the reason this is because there are actually two different types of SIBO that we typically classify. There's the hydrogen-dominant SIBO, and what this is various types of bacteria that when they eat the food that you eat and they produce gas, they ferment the food, produce gas, they produce hydrogen gas. And that's typically associated more with diarrhea. Then there are the methane gas producing critters, and they're actually not bacteria. They are something called archaea, and they, interestingly, they feed off of the gas produced by the hydrogen bacteria, and then they produce their methane gas. The methane gas is associated more with constipation, and that's because it slows the transit time through the small intestine, so more associated with constipation. And also interesting, they just recently in 2020, it used to be called hydrogen-dominant SIBO and methane-dominant SIBO, but they recently changed the diagnosis of methane-dominant SIBO to intestinal methane overgrowth, so IMO. And they did this because they found, well, one, it's not a bacteria, so it's not bacterial overgrowth. And then secondly, they've also associated more with overgrowth as well in the large intestine, or it's too much of it there. Another interesting fact about the methane that is very interesting. Some people will say that with their SIBO, they also have this weight gain. And the methanogens, the archaea, actually are associated with weight gain because they, one, slow the transit time. So you just have, or these are the two mechanisms they think. One, it slows the transit time through the small intestine, so just more time for your body to absorb the nutrients and calories. And then secondly, the bacteria there, they actually absorb more calories from the glycans in the food. So very interesting with this methane, or the IMO. I'm so used to saying methane dominant SIBO. But that's pretty much how or what SIBO is and how it works. And it's really important to know which type you have, if it's the hydrogen dominant or the methane. And when you have methane, you also have some hydrogen there too, because remember, it's feeding off of the hydrogen gas. But it's important to know which type you have because they are treated differently.
Well, how does one, first of all, acquire SIBO, and then how does one ascertain whether or not they have it, and then how does one figure out which type it is?
Yes. So, and actually, this is very interesting because in naturopathic medicine, we really want to treat the root cause. So, in terms of testing, we do, in addition to the basic SIBO breath test, which I'll talk about, we may want to do some other tests to see what is the root cause of the SIBO. And actually, there are lots of causes. The primary cause, most people think, is it's a slowing of what's called the migrating motor complex. And the migrating motor complex basically is the movement of it's called peristalsis. It's movement of food through the small intestine. And that primarily happens about 90 to 120 minutes after you eat food. So when you're not eating. And it moves food through the GI tract and or through the small intestine. And some people, for various reasons, can have a dysfunctioning migrating motor complex. And one of the reasons is that after a case of gastroenteritis, the body produces antibodies to just like we would to any infection to the GI pathogen. And it's called the GI pathogen produces something called cytolethal distending toxin B. And our body produces antibodies to that. And unfortunately, the reason that we have movement through that MMC is because of vinculin. And so the antibodies to the CDTP, they mistake it for the vinculin and produce anti-vinculin antibodies that damage the migrating motor complex. Does that make sense? It's a case of mistaken identity.
I never even heard of this migrating motor complex, but what I'm learning from you is it seems to become active 90 minutes after a meal. And I know people that literally don't even wait, they're eating all day. And I'm thinking that can't be so good to just be snacking all day.
You are exactly right. And that is one of the things that I would tell someone, and that I wanted to mention too, is a way to keep, once you treat SIBO, is a way to prevent relapse, is to make sure you're not eating all the time and you're leaving at least 3 to 4 hours between your meals and allowing the body time to move the food through before you put more food in. It's actually a very important way so that you don't have to make a lot of huge dietary changes. You can still continue eating a really healthy diet. And there are ways to do that with these things to allow the body to work as it should. Exactly.
Has SIBO always been around, but we just didn't have the testing methods that we do today? And who gets this? Is it people of all ages, all sexes? Do children get this? Because I hear a lot of people talking about that they have it now.
Oh, absolutely. People of all ages can get it. And it is a relatively new diagnosis. They actually think that a lot of cases of IBS are actually SIBO. And it wasn't really recognized as much until more recently. I think I'm sure your other speakers have probably talked about it, and you have some experts on medical doctors, and they've been very helpful in bringing it about to the conventional medical community. Naturopathic doctors have been talking about it for a long time, but I think it is something that is more recent in terms of diagnosis, but has just sort of always been there.
So how does one decide, though? I mean, a person can't really self-diagnose it. They need a breath test. So where do they go? How do they decide to even go to a naturopath or a medical doctor to get treatment? Is it usually just because they're presenting with these GI symptoms? And
absolutely. And it's just this, like we talked about, the terrible bloating, oftentimes gas, constipation, diarrhea. And oftentimes when people actually finally get diagnosed, they've been diagnosed first with IBS for a long time. So once we do that, we want to rule out everything. We want to rule out other causes. So other things like children, even if they have a head injury of some sort, head trauma, well, there's a connection between the brain and the gastrointestinal tracts that can slow transit time. Or if a woman has I shouldn't say woman, man or woman, but oftentimes women, it's very common in women, have hypothyroidism that can cause constipation, slow transit time. You can, even after any sort of abdominal or pelvic type of surgery, you can have adhesions, which prevent the movement of food through the GI tract, and often very common gallbladder removal, because the liver produces bile, it's stored in the gallbladder. But if you remove your gallbladder, sometimes, not always, that messes up the bile flow, and bile is very antibacterial. So we want to rule out all of these, and then medications, right? Your opioids and your PPIs, antihistamines, all of these can cause slowing of the transit and eventually lead to this. The more food in the small intestine is more food for bacteria to grow and feed off of over time, and just sort of gets out of control. So first we rule out all the other possible causes. And then next, in naturopathic doctors, usually people will find naturopathic doctors either because they already have a more natural bent, or they haven't gotten a diagnosis and they just can't figure out what's going on, and maybe they want to try something else. So as a naturopathic doctor, we would do the same SIBO breath test that conventional gastroenterologists would do. And it's actually very important to make sure you get the test to make sure SIBO is actually what you have. And what this is you drink a glucose or lactulose solution, and then you blow into, so you actually have to do a special diet the day before where you remove any sort of carbohydrates or foods that bacteria could feed off of. So it's basically giving you a clean baseline, clean slate. The following morning, you drink a solution of glucose or lactulose. And then every 20 minutes, or ideally 3 hours, there is a 2-hour test, but I prefer the 3-hour, and I'll explain why. Then every 20 minutes, you blow into, now they have it in like a tube or a balloon. You blow breath into a balloon. And what that's doing, it's because the glucose is actually can be metabolized by both humans and bacteria. So I prefer lactulose. Only the bacteria can digest, ferment the lactulose and produce the gas. So as the lactulose solution, let's say, goes through your small intestine, at the first 20 minutes, maybe you don't get any gas and the gas comes out your breath. You don't get any gas. Then the next 20 minutes, maybe there's a little, and so it measures the gas produced as it goes through the small intestine and can tell you if you have any overgrowth there. And it will tell you the types of gas. So you want one that has methane and a hydrogen test. And so this is important, like we talked about, because you need to know your level of hydrogen and methane gas, if there is bacteria there being produced. And the reason, and also because the treatment for hydrogen and methane dominance, or IMO, is different. And I like the 3-hour because typically someone with constipation and slower transit time, it's going to take longer, right, for it to get to the lower part of the small intestine where SIBO is actually more common. And so if you only test the first 2 hours, you may not actually, the solution, the lactulose, may not get down there and give the bacteria a chance to feed off of it. So once we figure out what type it is, then we can actually determine how we want to treat it.
So you mentioned something called transit time a few times. What is transit time and why is it important?
Yes, so transit time is the time it takes for food to move through the intestine. And if you have a fast transit time, it would go through really quickly. Slower transit time is usually caused by the methane archaea, and it causes food to move through really slowly. You have more likelihood of backup and buildup and constipation, and then foods there, overgrowth of bacteria. And so for someone who has SIBO, generally we see that. And so you just see that the glucose solution has a slower through, or the lactulose solution is slower through the digestive tract. And so you want to make sure you give it time to get down to that lower small intestine to see if there is bacteria there that's going to feed off of it and then produce the gas that you will see coming out of your breath, or that will come out of your breath and they'll have in the test tubes.
Is there a normal transit time that people should have? And is there a way to test for it without a breath test? I mean, I like eating corn because everybody seems to know when the corn comes in and the corn goes out.
Thing, because that will also test large intestine transit time too. So I feel like everyone's a little different, and you sort of have to know how your body feels. But typically it's that 3 hours through the small intestine, which is why we use that 3-hour test.
Great. You mentioned the day before people have to remove carbohydrate from their diet, but if you're a vegan or a plant-based eater, I'm trying to think, what would I eat? Because that's all I eat is carbohydrate, pretty much.
It's not a fun day, I will tell you that. But you are allowed, actually, though, no, I take that back. Depends on the test company that you use. For most of them, though, it's either chicken, fish all day, and only salt, no other spices or anything, because some of those have those FODMAPs in them, the fructooligosaccharides that the bacteria love and will feed off of. But a lot of them will allow either white rice or brown rice, but that's the only carbohydrate.
Yeah, I could eat right. I can eat rice for a day. That I could do. I do love rice.
And I think they also allow quinoa, possibly.
Wow, that's right. That sounds like almost as bad of a preface for a colonoscopy.
I think it's actually probably maybe a little better.
Yeah, a little bit better. At least you get to eat. I'm fascinated by this migrating motor complex. Because I don't hear that talked about a lot. When was that discovered, and why is it so important? Is it important for people that don't have SIBO?
Oh, it's absolutely important. And it's, again, only, I don't know when it was discovered, but it is only when you're not eating. And there's debate about whether it actually happens with things like coffee, or if that's if that really won't get in the way, or teas or anything like that. Oh. But any source of calories, a drink like that probably wouldn't affect it so much. But it is very important because you want that movement and wave of food to allow your body to refresh and detoxify, which is why a lot of the great doctors GI, but all sorts of doctors will say, you want to leave a good amount of time between meals, but also between dinner and your first meal of the day, to give your body time to move the food through and digest it and do the cleaning waves and all of the cleaning it needs to do.
And that makes sense. So we know that if someone goes to a medical doctor and was diagnosed with SIBO, generally the first line of treatment is some type of antibiotics, maybe more than one, maybe even more than one course. And I know that for some people, they don't even work. I know when I had SIBO, I took 3 rounds of rifaximin and nothing. I didn't know that there was an alternative treatment. So how do naturopathic doctors approach SIBO?
Yeah, and it would be interesting to know, I'm sure that whoever you went to was wonderful and they determined the type you had. But actually, there are some breath tests that only look at hydrogen and they don't test for methane. And so you really want to make sure the test you are taking, if someone listening is going to have a breath test for both hydrogen and methane. Because if you can treat methane SIBO, IMO, with rifaximin all day and probably won't do the trick. So with naturopathic doctors, we do use pharmaceuticals when needed. Personally, I prefer the herbal antimicrobials, which I'll talk about. But if they are needed, rifaximin alone is just for the hydrogen dominant SIBO. And in terms of an antibacterial drug and its effects on the microbiome, it's not terrible. And the reason I say this is because it's been shown to be anti-inflammatory. So typically people with SIBO, all of that buildup, that you'll have a lot of inflammation in the gut or in the small intestine, so it can be helpful. And the second thing is it actually only stays in the small intestine. And so it typically doesn't destroy the good microbiome that we want in the large intestine. It only really targets the overgrowth in the small intestine. So that's a really good thing. And the reason it does this is because it's activated by bile. And bile, again, is secreted into the small intestine. And so it's active in the small intestine. And one of the naturopathic additions, if we were to use rifaximin, would be to add either a bile supplement, and typically those are only ox bile. So for someone who's vegetarian, maybe some herbs or foods, I would recommend foods and herbs, and there are specific supplements to increase bile flow, so you really get the rifaximin more effective. And interestingly, they've done a study that showed that rifaximin was much more effective when taken with bile. Again, because it activates it. And so there are some great herbs, dandelion root. You can get organic dandelion root tea, bitters, like bitter greens, apple cider vinegar, lemon juice. Those are some great things to increase bile flow. And then there's some herbal supplements you can do. And then if we were to use rifaximin, the other thing I like to, naturopathic addition, is something called partially hydrolyzed guar gum. It's basically a fiber supplement. It's similar in taste to acacia fiber that many people with IBS may be familiar with. I think one of the things that you are familiar with is like Heather's tummy fiber, which is acacia gum. And it's similar to that. And the reason it's helpful is because it actually brings the bacteria out to feed on. So you take it and then you bring them out to kill it. And then with the the methane dominant, you need to add rifaximin plus neomycin or metronidazole or another antibacterial. And unfortunately, those are not so great. Those are the ones that basically destroy all of your microbiome in your large intestine. So it would be my preference not to jump to the pharmaceuticals first line, especially if you have to treat methane dominance. So that's sort of our additions to our naturopathic additions to the pharmaceuticals, because sometimes they are needed. Then there is also the elemental diet. And I'll just get this out of the way first. Most people do not choose this. I always give someone all three options, right? Informed consent. To make sure they know the risks and benefits of all three options: the elemental diet, the pharmaceutical antibiotics, and the herbal antibiotics that we'll talk about. And what the elemental diet is, it's basically a pre-digested powder, similar to what they give someone for parenteral nutrition in the hospital. And so it's basically all digested, and it's a powder you mix with water, and then that's all you eat for 2 to 3 weeks. That is it.
Oh my God, that sounds terrible.
It is definitely, my choice would be last line. And there's several reasons for that. But the way it works is that you're just starving the bacteria, because it's all pre-digested nutrients. It's powder. It's digested in about the first foot of the small intestine. So the bacteria are not getting any food. And
what is the powder made out of?
They make it out of, it's like pure amino acids, dextrose, and some fatty acids, and then vitamins and minerals. So you have all your electrolytes, you have all your vitamins and minerals, you have amino acids that you need to survive. But the problem with this is that it's not very natural, right? You're also completely starving the large bacteria. And I don't like it because I think it, in the wrong person, can promote eating disordered behavior. I'm not a fan of it, although I will say that it has been shown to be one of the most effective treatments for SIBO.
Well, is it any more effective than, say, going to the True North Health Center? Dr. Ellen Goldhammer is an expert on this summer, just doing a medically supervised therapeutic water only fast.
I think that is an excellent diet. I mean, I actually never considered that, a 2-week water. It's beautiful. If you really didn't want to take the herbal antimicrobials and you didn't want to take the pharmaceutical antimicrobials, and you wanted to do the water fast, that would be a beautiful idea. It would
It just sounds better than the elemental diet. That just sounds nasty.
There are several, they used to have them where they really were nasty. And there was one, I think it was made by Nestle, and it's also really sort of not so great ingredients. And then there was some powders you could make on your own. Several companies have come out with better tasting elemental diets. Am I allowed to say names of supplement?
I mean,
Integrative Therapeutics has one called Physicians Elemental Diet, and it's actually not terrible. It is very, very sweet. So someone like yourself who is if your palate is not used to that, it would be disgustingly sweet because it's just dextrose. It's pure sugar, and then they add the flavoring. And yeah, so it's a very difficult thing to do. So I think your suggestion would be brilliant.
Well, I'll tell you, that day of rice is sounding a lot better.
Yes.
A lot easier.
So that is one option, though. You always have to give someone. And then the third is the herbal antimicrobials. And the herbal antimicrobials have actually been shown in a study. They did a randomized controlled trial that showed that herbal antimicrobials were just as effective as the pharmaceuticals. And I think it was just rifaximin they tested it against. I'm not sure if they used any of the rifaximin neomycin combinations, but they used two specific supplement brands in this multi-center study, and they were combinations of herbs. It was something called Dysbiocide and FC-Cytal, and that was by a company called Biotics Research, or Biotics. And then Metagenics is a very well-known company, and for them, they used Candibactin AR and Candibactin BR. And so those herbal combinations were shown to be very effective and as effective as the pharmaceutical antibiotics. But there are some things and then I'll talk about the other combinations I like, but there are some things that are very important with herbal antimicrobials. One, you need to combine the herbs. So we use combinations. And the reason is because some are more effective at the different types of bacteria than others, and so we want to target them all. And then the second thing is that you need to rotate them so that we don't develop resistance to them. So similarly to how we can develop antibiotic resistance to the pharmaceutical antibiotics, your body or the bacteria can develop resistance to the herbal antimicrobials. And it's usually actually not as doesn't happen as much with the herbals, but it can happen. So what we'll do is we'll use either one of those they're already combined in one of those brands that I talked about before. You use two of those, and it's about 4 to 6 weeks. So something you have to know about the herbals is they take a little bit longer. But the reason is because they are sort of rebalancing to the body, and they also don't destroy the microbiome the way that your pharmaceutical antibiotics do. So that's why I really like those. They target the guys you don't want there, and but don't destroy the rest of the microbiome. So then for your hydrogen dominant SIBO, the 3 herbs that I love in a combination, and it's 3 times a day. Take some of these 3 times a day for about 4 weeks, and then we sort of see how you're doing, is berberine, oregano oil, and neem. And they make specific supplements of these that are they're therapeutic grade and tested to make sure that's what they really contain, and that they don't have heavy metals and all of that. And then for your methane, it's allicin, which is the component of garlic, oregano oil, and neem. And the allicin is really important for methane because that is the one that targets the methane. And we use allicin and not just eating whole garlic, because people with SIBO are usually sensitive to garlic because it's got a lot of those FOS, those fructooligosaccharides. So we use a very potent garlic supplement. And usually that does the trick, but sometimes with methane and with other forms, you do need multiple rounds of treatment. And it's more common we see with the pharmaceuticals that you may get a relapse after you use them for various reasons. The other thing that is really important to include is something called a biofilm buster. And they found that the bacteria actually hide in something called biofilms. It's like a protective shield. And so that can be one of the reasons why people have very resistant SIBO, because the bacteria are there in these biofilms. So by adding a biofilm buster, or biofilm breaker, this is something I would actually add if we were to use pharmaceutical antibiotics as well. But you add something, they make various supplements, or N-acetylcysteine is also a great one that will do this, that will break up the biofilms and allow the antimicrobials or pharmaceutical antibiotics to work better. And there are various brands that will do that and help it work a lot better. And then there's a wonderful supplement called Atrantil. And it was developed by a gastroenterologist who discovered through research, they were doing research on livestock. And we know that livestock produce methane gas, right? Which is one of the reasons why eating a plant-based diet can help with our environmental pollution, because we reduce the methane gas. And so they found that feeding them these specific herbs, and one of them was cabracho, would reduce the methane gas. And so he took that research and applied it and thought, I wonder if giving this to humans could help their with symptomatic methane production in methane-dominant SIBO, or IMO. And so he put it together as a supplement, and it's actually very helpful for symptomatic relief of methane SIBO. They're not sure whether it actually gets at the root cause, not killing the archaea, the methane-producing archaea, but it's helpful for symptomatic relief and reducing that gas that's going to cause your bloating. And because the gas is what causes the slow transit time, it can just also be helpful in that way to help the SIBO.
What are the comparison of the costs of these various treatments?
Yes, so probably the antibiotics with insurance will probably be cheaper. Although I will tell you that rifaximin is not generic in the United States. It's only sold as Xifaxan, and it is very expensive unless you have the right insurance and can get a special savings card. If you don't, it's thousands of dollars. So that one in particular is difficult, but it's the neomycin and the other antibiotics with insurance would not be expensive at all. The herbal supplements can add up, not terrible, but they could add up over time for 6 weeks, maybe several hundreds of dollars. But if you have to pay thousands for rifaximin, I don't know. The elemental diet powder, if you were to go that route, it can add up, because that's all you're having for 2 to 3 weeks. It's not terrible because you're not buying any other food, but it's another expense.
What do most of your patients choose?
I have had one person choose the elemental diet, and she stuck with it the whole time and felt amazing afterwards. So much so that she didn't want to retest. She didn't feel it was necessary. So that's the only one I've had it. And then others, some people don't want to do the herbals, and they just are more, they just want antibiotics. No matter how much I talk about the destruction of the microbiome, if we have to add neomycin. And then a lot of people do choose the herbals.
So with relapse, has there ever been any research showing which is more effective, or does it just depend on the person, and also how compliant they are maybe with the treatment regimen?
I think you're completely right that it depends on how compliant. And then there are lots of things that I like to suggest to prevent relapse. So during treatment, I actually don't make a lot of or recommend a lot of dietary changes because, and like we talked about, unfortunately, some of the healthiest foods on the planet are the ones that are the bacteria love and are going to feed off of. So when I do, it's like recommend a low FODMAP diet. It's really only for symptomatic improvement and temporarily. But I actually think some people disagree on this. So they say, well, you should remove them to sort of starve the bacteria and while you're killing them. But I think if you're still eating any at all, you're still feeding them. So just eat the regular diet and allow them to be there, right? When you add, so they're there so you can kill them. That's sort of my approach on it. And the other thing is, we really don't want people to do a low FODMAP diet forever because you are starving the good bacteria you want in your large intestine that are vital for health. I mean, we're learning so much about the importance of the microbiome for health. And so by trying to starve the small intestinal bacteria that necessarily shouldn't necessarily be there, you're also starving the large intestine. So wouldn't want to do that for a long time. But there are definitely things that we can do to prevent relapse, and I think this is very important. I don't know if any one of the treatments is more effective for preventing relapse. I have heard that it is more common with the pharmaceutical antibiotics, but I don't know that for certain. I think it has to do with, one, if you can add the things that make for example, if you use rifaximin, if you added oxbile, if you were okay with that, or a bile promoting supplement or herbs to make it more effective. They actually have, again, in studies, like I said, they've shown that it makes it much more effective. So just depends on the treatment approach and someone sticking with it. And then also if they've had it for a long time, and also if you add a biofilm buster, maybe they've had they've had it for a long time, that bacteria or the archaea has had a long time to perform, to create that protective shield. And then you take the antimicrobials and it can't get at it. So we want to break that up, get them out of their little protective shield so that we can kill them in the small intestine. But there are lots of things that we can do after we treat it to prevent relapse. So just without having to avoid those healthy foods, there are simple things we can do. So if we have foods that are bothering us, like some people, maybe it's sweet potato or beans or usually it's the starches or the fruits. Again, those really healthy foods, fibrous foods that the bacteria love. Just start low and slow, a little bit every day. You don't have to overdo it. So sort of just like training. If you haven't been training, you just want to start with a little bit and build up. So same thing with your gut. And then if you cook more of your veggies, so aim for like 70% cooked, 30% raw, something like that. That can be helpful because sometimes the raw foods are harder to break down, right? Once you cook them, you're breaking down the starch a little bit, making it easier to digest. So that's something we really want to do. For fruit, if the less ripe it is, the harder to digest. So ensuring your fruit is ripe, that's really helpful. And actually green bananas are really a great source of resistant starch. So that's a really great example. Once you allow it to ripen, that starch turns to sugar. So if your body can handle a resistant starch, which has been shown to be very helpful for health, then a green banana would be great. But for someone with SIBO, you probably want to stick to your ripe fruit. And like we talked about, limiting snacking can help you prevent the relapse because the more you eat between meals and snack, then you're not allowing that migrating motor complex and you can have a buildup that will start all over again. Really recommend removing alcohol and caffeine for some people, processed foods and artificial sweeteners, especially because they've been shown to not be good for the bacteria in the bowel. So we don't know all of their effects, but definitely not great. Fermented foods, kimchi, sauerkraut, even though those are wonderful, they can be problematic for someone with SIBO. So maybe just for a short amount of time, you reduce them, but then introduce them back slowly. And sometimes maybe you want to take digestive enzymes with meals just to help break down the food a little bit more. So if you're recovering from SIBO, it's not that the larger food particles are not sitting there in the small intestine for the bacteria to feed off of. And then the last thing that's really simple, and I actually think you've talked about this before in a lot of your YouTube videos, is stress while we eat, like being mindful while we eat and eating in a calm state, because the digestion works when our parasympathetic nervous system is working. The rest and digest, it's called that, or in layman's terms, the rest and digest nervous system versus the sympathetic fight or flight. And when you have that, when you're stressed and when you've got that sympathetic nervous system going, your digestion stops. So it's really important, even though we're all busy, when you eat, try not to eat in front of your computer or on the go in the car. If you can, try to take that time to breathe and digest. And so there are some things that we, just those are just basic day-to-day things. And then addressing the root cause. So we talked about all the different causes of possible causes of SIBO. And so we, at the very beginning, want to see if we can figure out why it happened. So did you have a case of gastroenteritis that has led to these antibodies that are stopping your migrating motor complex? Or do you have adhesions? Or do you, something preventing food from moving through? Or do you just need thyroid medication? Maybe you have hypothyroidism, or is it due to a drug you're taking? Maybe we need to address those and try to get you off of those PPIs, or hopefully, you're not on opioids long term. But we need to look at the whole person, the whole picture, and really get at the root cause. But because the most common cause they've found, or one of the main common causes, is that slowed migrating motor complex, one of the things that I will always recommend after treatment, usually for about 6 months, is some sort of a prokinetic. And what that is it's not a laxative. It's different than a laxative, but it actually gets the migrating motor complex going, or it moves through food through the small intestine. And it's usually there are pharmaceuticals or herbal supplements that can move food through the small intestine. So if you have antibodies to vinculin due to a case of gastroenteritis, you can take one of these prokinetics to make sure you are getting food through the small intestine, that it's not building up, and so you don't have an overgrowth of bacteria there that are able to, again, eat it, grow where they're not supposed to, produce that gas, and you get it all over again. And it's very common in the first 2 weeks after treatment to have a relapse if you don't do this, especially if the reason you have SIBO in the first place is because you don't have a migrating motor complex that's working due to these antibodies. So this prokinetic is very important. And I know a lot of the conventional GI docs use the pharmaceuticals, which are very effective. I've actually never prescribed them. There's something called low-dose naltrexone and low-dose erythromycin. Those are some of the pharmaceutical options. And a lot of people have great results with those. The ones I usually turn to are herbal ones. And most of them actually have ginger in them. And ginger root is known, amongst many other things it does. It also promotes movement through the GI tract. So it's very helpful, and a lot of the combinations contain ginger, or you can just take ginger root alone. Some of them, there are several brands that I like that are specifically made for this purpose. There's something called Iberogast, which is a tincture, a tincture is basically take alcohol and soak out the herbal components that you want from the herbs. I don't always love alcohol because a lot of people don't respond well to even the small amounts of alcohol. There are ways where you can burn it off. You take the tincture and you boil it and it burns off the alcohol, but sometimes I find it's just easier to use other options. But Iberogast is very effective. Ginger root, there's one called Modal Pro by Pure Encapsulations. Motility Activator. So motility is, again, that movement through the small intestine. Motility Activator by Integrative Therapeutics. And there's one called SIBO MMC. MMC stands for Migrating Motor Complex by a company called Priority One. And that was developed by a naturopathic doctor who is very focused on SIBO. And so they've developed supplement lines specifically for SIBO of herbs.
Do you recommend that people actually go to a naturopathic doctor for proper dosage rather than just taking these names and buying them off the internet and dosing themselves?
Absolutely. Very, very important. Because it's also a naturopathic doctor will, one, find your root cause, which is very important to make sure, well, one, do you even need this SIBO treatment in the first place? And two, you can treat it all you want, but if you don't address the root cause, then it likely is to come back. And I meant to say, speaking of root causes, they do have a test now, a new test for the antibody to vinculin. So people can actually test for that. But the second reason it's important to go to a naturopathic doctor or any doctor, make sure you get the right diagnosis. And then if you want herbs, a naturopathic doctor would be the right person, because sometimes maybe you have a sensitivity to garlic. And that is what we use primarily for methane. Maybe you have methane dominant SIBO, IMO, but you have a sensitivity to garlic. So we can mix things up and work with different combinations to get you what you need. And then also, I didn't say specifically any doses on here for that reason, because I think it's very important. Herbs are just like any medication. You need to look at everything you're taking. Make sure you don't have an allergy to something in the product you're using. They can interact with drugs just like other drugs interact with drugs. You need to make sure that it's not going to interact with anything you're taking if you are taking something. And just want to, do it all very, very safely. So thank you for mentioning that. I think it's really important. And for the elemental diet, you definitely want to do that under supervision, just as you would if you went to True North.
I think people also need to understand that whatever route they take, it's not a quick fix, SIBO. It's not like one and done pill.
I think that's also very important to note. You have to be proactive, and I think it will require lifestyle changes in addition to sticking with the treatment protocol. And just as with any treatment protocol, if you don't take it as prescribed, it likely will not be as effective or effective at all, because there's a reason your doctor is telling you to do it as they suggest it, because they either know that is safe and another way is not if you take too much, or not effective if you take too little.
Or stop taking it too soon.
Exactly, which is what so many people do with pharmaceutical antibiotics, which leads to this resistance that we have, because you don't kill all the bacteria. The ones that are there, the reason they're still there is that they've survived the antibiotic, and they're the ones that have reproduced. And so then you have a whole new population that cannot be killed by the antibiotic. So exactly, you just follow your doctor's instructions.
If people get no treatment, could it eventually go away, or is it just here to stay?
That's a really good question. I don't have a good answer for that. I guess no treatment. If you did a water fast, that would be a form of treatment. But no treatment, I think it might be hard to to kill the overgrowth in the small intestine. So my guess is that unless there's some other cause and it's not really SIBO, and there's something else causing your symptoms, that you may need to do something to get rid of the overgrowth in the overgrowth in the small intestine. And for some people who have adhesions that are preventing it, maybe something like visceral manipulation, which can be very effective, which can allow the food to move through. Maybe that in and of itself over time could help, but I don't know.
What's visceral manipulation?
Oh, it's a form of physical medicine where they will help move parts of the muscles and the body to release adhesions and tension. Mm-hmm. I do not do it, so I'm the wrong person to speak expertly on it. But I do know that it is very helpful for a lot of people.
What kind of healthcare practitioner does that? Because I love learning about new modalities.
Oh, yeah. I think many chiropractors may do it. And I think there's possibly a certification. I know a lot of naturopathic doctors do it.
That's so interesting. I'm just really stuck on this migrating motor complex, because is there a way we can get ours tested to see if it's working properly?
Oh, I wish I knew. I'm sure there is. I mean, you can do like a barium swallow. You can, where you take barium and they can see how long it takes to get through. Well, I guess that's more of the esophagus. I'm sure there's a way. I'm sorry, I should know this.
That's okay. Because I thought maybe another person to have on the summit if there's a modality that's there is a way to do it. I'm sure, taking something that they can x-ray and then watching it through. That's interesting. I've heard you mention a few times during the course of this interview, PPIs, and I know what those are, but I'm not sure everybody else does.
So those are proton pump inhibitors, and people take them usually for GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease, or just reflux heartburn. And it's the conventional thought is that it's due to too much acid in the stomach. There are some other thoughts in the naturopathic world as well about the causes, but it's thought that there's too much acid, hydrochloric acid in the stomach, and it bubbles up into the esophagus through the lower esophageal sphincter and then burns the esophagus. And you were supposed to have a closed lower esophageal sphincter that prevents this very harsh acid from going up into the tissue in the esophagus. The stomach is made to withstand that. And so they'll give these proton pump inhibitors to prevent the acid release by the cells in the stomach, by the parietal cells in the stomach. They are activated by protons. And so what happens is you take these, you have a decrease in hydrochloric acid. The problem is that hydrochloric acid is actually important. It is used to prevent bacterial overgrowth. So our bodies were designed knowing that the food we eat may not always be clean and may contain bacteria. And so when you eat it, it goes into the stomach. The hydrochloric acid is supposed to kill a lot of the bacteria that shouldn't be there. So oftentimes when people take a PPI, they're not killing that bacteria. So that's thought to be one of the causes of eventual overgrowth of bacteria. It also reduces your absorption of very important minerals and vitamins, especially B12, calcium, zinc, because the acid is important for that absorption. And so now they're finding that long-term PPI use is linked to osteoporosis, fractures, pneumonia, and sometimes C. diff. And the reason this is because it's not killing this bacteria. And then depletion of your vitamins, minerals. B12 is extremely important. We know that intrinsic factor is released in the small intestine along with your acid by the parietal cells. And so when you're stopping that, you're not getting the intrinsic factor. The way it works is when you have B12, so the intrinsic factor carries that B12 in your stomach all the way down to the end of the small intestine to the distal portion where it's absorbed in the ileum, the distal portion of the small intestine. So when you take these PPIs that are not designed to be taken for more than 2 weeks, but you hear of all these people taking them for years, and it's really not a good thing in my opinion.
Right.
The naturopathic, one of the thoughts in naturopathic medicine is that actually GERD, the reflux, can be due to low stomach acid. And it's not always the case, and there are ways to test your stomach acid to see if you have too much or too little. But the thought is that when you don't have enough stomach acid, you get more bloating, which pushes up into the lower esophageal sphincter to open it up. And that allows the acid into the esophagus.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people get rid of their GERD just by switching to a whole food plant-based diet without all the processed foods and oils. And that was my husband's case. He had an endoscopy and he was on those medicines, and then he switched his diet from a regular vegan diet to a healthy one and no more proton pump inhibitors.
I 100% agree.
Are there we probably don't have time to go into the whole GI tract because it's pretty long, but since there's naturopathic approaches to SIBO, are there naturopathic approaches to these other GI diseases like reflux or C. diff or constipation, diarrhea, those kind of things?
Absolutely. So with GERD or with reflux, one of the things we talked about before, ginger can be very helpful. With GERD as well. And then and an artichoke can be very helpful. Artichoke, the herbal extract. One of the things we usually use is a soothing demulcent because that esophagus is irritated. And so deglycerinated licorice, DGL, is often used and is very, very soothing to that esophagus. And there are supplements that, oftentimes we can mix our own herbs, but oftentimes it's nice to use supplements that come pre-made and that are designed for specific conditions. So they make, one of the supplement companies, Integrative Therapeutics, makes a great DGL that's chewable. And then also one called Heartburn Advantage. That is a mix of artichoke and I can't remember what else is in there. I think there's some ginger and artichoke, but it's wonderful for heartburn. So that's something we would do. And the reason we use DGL, deglycerinated licorice, is because when it doesn't have that glycyrrhizin removed, it can actually cause hypertension, increase in blood pressure, because it deactivates usually your cortisol is deactivated to cortisone. And the glycyrrhizin component prevents that deactivation. So you have too much cortisol, which can increase blood pressure. For other things like diarrhea, we would, try to figure out the cause. So is it gastroenteritis? Did you have a bad case of food poisoning? Maybe we need to figure out, are you not digesting your fats? That can cause, if you are eating more healthy fats, avocados even, then you're not digesting your fats. You can have fatty stools, diarrhea. If you don't have a gallbladder, you're not going to be digesting your fats. Little kids, of course, with cystic fibrosis, they don't have the pancreatic enzymes. There are lots of things we'll do. And actually, so again, always important to find the root cause. There's now some great stool tests, functional stool tests, to figure out, do you have overgrowth of bacteria even in the large intestine? So bacteria is supposed to be there, but you can have an overgrowth of certain types. They're opportunistic. So you're supposed to have sort of a garden, a nice neighborhood, a mix of bacteria. But there are some guys or girl bacteria that will take advantage of the situation and will push the others out. And so you can just have an abnormal abnormal balance called dysbiosis. You can have yeasts, candida, parasites, even very common. Most people think they don't happen in the Western world, but they actually are very common. So even worms. So these stool tests, they have some great ones that actually look at the DNA in your stool, look for the specific DNA of these bacteria, yeast, protozoa, worms, and H. pylori. They can tell you just from looking at a sample of your stool, either 1 day or 3 days that you do it, what you have in there. And they can also tell you, do you have enough pancreatic enzymes? Are you breaking down your fat? Is there too much fat in your stool? There's even something they can tell in there called beta-glucuronidase. And that is really important because once estrogen goes through the liver to be metabolized, it goes through phase 1 and phase 2 digestion. This is probably too much to get into now, but after it goes through phase 2, it is a glucuronide gets attached, and the beta-glucuronidase is, we want some, but it's produced by a lot of this dysbiotic bacteria. And so if you have too much beta-glucuronidase, it removes that attachment that your liver put on and allows estrogen to be recirculated through the body, so it can lead to too much estrogen. And you want the right amount. You don't want too much, because then you have all of the estrogen dominant related conditions. So having a very healthy gut is very important. And in naturopathic medicine, actually one of the first things we're taught is that all health begins in the gut. It is where you always start. Look first at the gut. What are people eating? That's always where you start. Because as you said, you can fix so much just with changing the food. But then if maybe there's been damage done for various reasons, then we want to find the root cause. And we're so lucky now with all of this new testing that we actually can look for all of these things in the stool.
It's amazing. So Dr. Berg, what is the truth about GI health?
I think it would be that all health begins in the gut, and it all starts with food, to be honest, because if you have a healthy whole foods diet and you have those healthy eating practices we discussed, then hopefully you don't have these problems in the first place. But even if you do, for like we talked about all the different reasons, then you treat them. And the way to prevent them again is with the healthy whole foods diet, stress reduction, allowing your body to work the way it's supposed to.
That's great. Health begins in the gut. I love it. Thank you so much, Dr. Berg.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that explanation of SIBO. SIBO can be really tough, guys. I had it twice, and gosh, I had diarrhea for 8.5 months. I was on 3 courses of rifaximin, and the Heather's tummy fiber that she mentioned, it really did help me. But, there's just different approaches. It's going to depend on which type of bacteria you have. And this is not something you can self-treat or self-diagnose. You can get a breath test. A lot of the internal medicine doctors are even able to do that now, but we do recommend seeing a GI doctor. And there's so many wonderful ones on this summit that still see patients in person in their office. And as I mentioned, almost every expert on this summit does some form of telemedicine or virtual consult. So Dr. Stephanie Berg talked about how SIBO stands for small intestinal bacteria overgrowth, where most of the good bacteria should be in the large intestine. But when they're in the small intestine where we digest food, we can get uncomfortable symptoms like gas and bloating that can often worsen at the end of the day after eating. But hopefully you've been listening to all the experts and know that just because you have bloating or dissension, it doesn't mean you have SIBO. It has to be diagnosed with a breath test. And it's a very easy test. It's
You just kind of sit there for an hour and blow into a bag. It's, bring your phone, play words with friends. I've had it done many, many times. So there's two types. There's the hydrogen dominant, which produces hydrogen gas, which usually has diarrhea. So I'm guessing that's the kind I had. And the methane dominant, which is not bacteria, but archaea, which I've learned about from many of the doctors like Dr. Hannah Koviova, which feed off the gas produced by the hydrogen bacteria and produce methane gas, which slows the transit time. So yeah, I didn't have that one because I had fast transit time. And that's more associated with constipation. And let's see, they changed the name, she said, to IMO, intestinal methane overgrowth. And she said that kind can be associated with weight gain. The bacteria absorbs more calories. And the naturopathic doctors look for the root cause. And she talked about this idea of the MMC, the migrating motor complex, how it slows down in these conditions. And that's why if you have a compromised gut, you don't want to be feeding yourself every hour and snacking all day and eating into the night, because you need time for these cleaning waves to do what they're supposed to do. Our ancestors, they didn't eat after dark and they didn't eat till light, or they'd get eaten. They were in a cave. So you want to have at least 12 hours without food. And some of the doctors are saying 16 is even better. Okay. Yeah, leave at least 3 to 4 hours between meals. And I would say if you have a compromised gut, 5 is best. Some people think IBS is actually SIBO. So you can have one without the other, or you can have both. Dr. Pimentel talked about that in the very first talk that kicked off the summit. She talked about how this dysfunctioning migrating motor complex works and these conditions, and that it really doesn't become activated till 90 minutes after a meal. So if you're snacking all day, you're never getting those cleaning waves to do their job. I mean, imagine if you just had a cleaning crew clean your house and 90 minutes later you threw stuff all over the floor, your house would be dirty again. Well, you need to have this MMC working at its best, especially if you've got a compromised gut. She said these can only be diagnosed via breath test, and often people have IBS first. Hypothyroidism can slow transit times. It's interesting because both my sister and I, she's 6 years older, we got hypothyroidism late in life, and then we both got SIBO and IBS. So there seems to be some connection with this, unfortunately. And she said surgery, adhesions, medications can all be a cause. She says she prefers the lactulose 3-hour test. There's different tests, and I'm sure if you go to the doctor, they'll explain the different ones. But you want both to test for methane and hydrogen, and leave a lot of time between dinner and breakfast for the cleaning waves to work. So that's important. And she says rifaximin won't work for methane dominant. And she mentioned lots of specific herbs. And so I didn't write those down, but this is something, if you need to know them, please listen to them again. And they use herbal microbials in her practice, but rifaximin, she says, stays in the small intestine. And so it's not as bad as many of the antibiotics are that people use. And supplements increase the flow that she often gives with certain herbs. And she gave some of these options. And she talked about the elemental diet, which to me sounds worse than fasting at the True North Health Center. I remember, I think when I first had SIBO, gosh, it was, I'd say I've been a patient at Dr. Pimentel's probably 20 years. I don't remember the first time I had it. I remember I read his book, and that was one of the treatments, because it does work, because you basically starve the bacteria. It sounded terrible. I hadn't heard about True North yet, but that is an option that some people choose for, and no right answer. You choose what's best for you. But so you have options. There's the elemental diet, there's the pharmaceutical route, and there's the herbal route. And of course, there's water fasting, which has helped a lot of patients. And Dr. Goldhammer does do free consults if you're considering a stay at True North to see if that would be right for you. But just having powder and water for 3 weeks, that sounds terrible. Predigestant nutrient powder with amino acids. So you starve all the bacteria. Well, you can do that with water fasting too, which I think would be a lot more pleasant, because at least your hunger wouldn't kick in after a few days. She said that herbal antimicrobials were just as effective, except they take longer to work. And I know a lot of people with GI problems are not patient, because these can take a long time to resolve. Bacteria can hide in the biofilm, which is why SIBO can be so resistant, and why many of us had to take more than one course of antibiotics to knock it out. And she said what many of the other guests said, low and slow, low and slow. Let that be our mantra, those of us with GI conditions. Raw foods are harder to break down, so cooking your vegetables, you can even puree them, make sure the fruit is ripe, because unripe fruit is harder to digest. And she concurred what all the speakers said, that artificial sweeteners, alcohol, caffeine, no bueno, not good for the gut, not good for health either. She said fermented foods can actually be a problem with SIBO, and that digestive enzymes with meals can help some of her patients. Don't eat while stressed. Don't do anything while stressed, especially drive. Don't want to be on the road if you're stressed. So yeah, we got to learn to manage our stress. That's why it's called rest and digest. Digestion stops when we're stressed. She talked about prokinetics being different than laxatives. And again, if you don't find the root cause, it will come back. That's why I love this functional medicine approach, because yeah, we need to find the root cause. She talked about visceral manipulation for adhesions, and you're going to learn about that actually in the next lecture with Julie and Mandy, the pelvic floor physical therapists. And PPI, proton pump inhibitors for GERD, which stands for gastroesophageal reflux disease. It doesn't kill bacteria. It can reduce your absorption of vitamins and minerals. And I got to tell you that, my husband had terrible acid reflux. He was on those proton pump inhibitors for years. He had to sleep with the head of the bed elevated. I thought we were going to slide out of the bed every night. He had endoscopy after endoscopy. And the minute he gave up processed food, meaning oil and processed food, all gone, reflux cured, just like that overnight. So she talked about how that ginger can be helpful for GERD and that there are functional stool tests. She concurred what everyone else has been saying from Hippocrates on, that all health begins in the gut. Look what people are eating and start there. It all starts with the food. As Dr. Clapper and McDougall have been saying, it's the food. It's always been the food. I hope you're enjoying the summit as much as I am, and I so appreciate the wonderful emails you've sent us supporting our work, giving up the buddy passes to people in need, and as well as commenting on the Facebook page, which is the summit page where you're watching live. And it doesn't cost anything to share this summit. We have 2.5 days left, so we so appreciate it when you share our work with people that can benefit from it. And if you choose to own the package for life, you'll get the audio downloads, the written transcripts, which can be really, really helpful. I am going to see if Dr. McDonald can provide the written recipe. If he does, we'll put that in the member center. And you'll also get several bonuses. So we have a really fun presentation for you now. And I'm hoping this will be by video, but if not, it will be by video in the next, right after the replay, because you will want to see how they are doing these movements where you can actually do these things on yourself or a loved one to help them with some of their conditions. Their names are Dr. Julie Sarton and Dr. Mandy Matino. They are pelvic floor physical therapists, and they're going to talk about how training the muscle that helps with regular bowel movement can help those of you that suffer with constipation. Please enjoy Mandy and Julie. Hi, Mandy and Julie, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having us, Chef AJ. We're honored to be a part of this.
Well, I love your t-shirts, Adore Your Pelvic Floor, and I know that's what we're going to be talking about today. I was interviewing some doctors and they were mentioning something called pelvic floor physical therapy for certain patients with certain GI conditions. And this isn't something that I think a lot of people know about. I know I certainly didn't know about, and I really couldn't find that much information on it. Now, I know you both are physical therapists specializing in the pelvic floor. So maybe you could talk a little bit about what pelvic floor physical therapy is in general and how it might help certain people with certain GI conditions in particular.
Perfect. So yes, we specialize in pelvic floor physical therapy. When we're looking at the pelvic floor and the dysfunctions that some people may have, we're seeing, a lot of disconnect between the mind and body, how our bowel movements are happening, even linking it with the nutrition. But from our aspect, we're really looking at the muscles of the pelvic floor and how we're able to pass that stool with a bowel movement.
So where is the pelvic floor? What is the pelvic floor? Because that's a new word for a lot of people.
Absolutely. That's such a great question. So we've got a 3D model here, and a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? And you are right. No one understands that they have a pelvic floor. Women and men both have pelvic floor musculature. And we keep it really simple. We describe this as these are skeletal muscles like every other muscle in your body. They just happen to be on the inside. And they're a little bit different and unique in that they have an intimate relationship with your organs. So particularly in females and women, with the uterus, and when women and men, the bladder, and then in women and men, the rectum and the anal canal. So these muscles really have five distinct jobs. Number one, they have to fire so that they keep us continent. So they help with sphincteric control, but then they also have to relax at a moment's notice so that we can eliminate whether bowel or bladder. Number two, they work with our abdominal wall muscles and our low back muscles. So they fire with every step we take. They're part of the inner core, and everyone's heard about core work. Number three, they have a sexual functioning. So they have to, again, relax if you're female for penetration, and then they have to be strong to help with orgasm, whether male or female. Number four, they have a supportive function. So they hold up all our organs in through here. You can see right here, this is a female model. So we have the organs coming through the pelvic floor. So it would be bladder, uterus, and rectum right in through here. And then number five, they have this sump pump action. So when they contract, they help push things through this area of our body, whether the lymphatics mostly is what we're talking about here.
Well, why is there dysfunction in the first place? What would cause people to have dysfunction in the area? Medications, aging?
Yes, so that's all some things we're going to dive into today as we go through our presentation. But it can be a variety of things from medications to diet to lack of exercise, and then looking at the integrity of these muscles, any tightness or weakness in the pelvic floor.
How would you even diagnose that? Like, people go to the gym, for example, and maybe take a class that's geared towards their abs or their glutes, or they see a trainer that works on specific muscles, but nobody's ever told us, like, well, do something for your pelvic floor muscles. It's really a relatively new concept, at least to me.
So what we're looking at here, so we have another model here, and we like this model because it has this hole. And you can see we do a lot of internal exams in order to better assess and feel how are these muscles tight, are they weak, what does their strength look like, and that allows us to then assess and better get an idea of how the pelvic floor is working, or if it's working incorrectly. So then we can help patients to retrain them and help them to normalize their bowel and bladder habits.
And Chef AJ, you just made a good point. Like, it seems so new, and the truth is it's not that new. So I'm like double the age of Miss Mandy here. So I've been doing it for over 20 years. It's just now finally it's getting the recognition that it deserves. I mean, when I started this work way back when, no one heard of it. It was so obscure, and people were like, "You're doing what?" So now finally it's becoming standard of care. And one of the things that we hope to see is that eventually it just will be, something that everybody knows exists, and everybody is just like going, and we're not supposed to say going to the dentist because we don't want it to be that kind of experience, but like, you just go check in, you have an assessment of your pelvic floor, because it radically can change your quality of life. And let's be preventative instead of waiting for a problem to happen, right? And we're chasing it.
I certainly hope it doesn't become like going to the dentist, because there's nothing that, just because I have dentophobia, and there's.
Well, and that's something too, Chef AJ, from my perspective and, kind of my age range of viewers, we just think this is supposed to happen. We're supposed to have bowel movements. It's all supposed to be normal. We don't talk about it. A lot of people, as I've, entered this world, we're finding they're telling me things and they didn't even realize what they have is abnormal for both bowel, bladder, and sexual function. And so just really raising awareness on these taboo topics and trying to let the world know we are here to support you and help you on your healing journey.
Right. I think and what I'm learning from this summit from the doctors when they talk about their patients, it's just there's shame and embarrassment when you talk about anything pretty much from the waist down.
Yes. So we want to make these quote taboo subjects not be taboo. It's just normal, right? It's anatomy.
It's funny. I know people personally, and I've heard from people that have suffered from constipation for almost their entire life, and they've taken so many laxatives that they don't even work anymore, and they've pretty much given up hopes to ever have a normal bowel movement. And then one of the doctors said, oh, well, I send these people for pelvic floor physical therapy. And I'm like, you're kidding. There's something more these people can do. This is exciting to me, because I'm thinking of a friend's mother who's in her 70s now, and this could be just revolutionary for her if she could get this kind of treatment.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And so common in our world, we say that these issues are common, but not normal. So yeah, we got to just change the thought process. And then thank you for getting this information out to a greater population.
Yeah. Well, show me what you got.
All right. Okay, so we're going to be talking today about constipation in the pelvic floor. So I just wanted to start with some alarming statistics that a lot of people aren't aware of. So 15 to 20% of adults are going to suffer from constipation. A third of those are going to be over 60, and this is more common in females versus men. When we look at physician visits a year, 2.5 million physician visits are happening each year, and the most common complaint is for GI. So just looking at the constipation, very, very prevalent out there in our communities. And then over $750 million are spent every single year on over-the-counter laxatives. And so you kind of touched on people that, they've overused laxatives and now they're not even effective for them. And that's what we're seeing in kind of laxative abuse. And so just a few, so people kind of know what they are: Miralax, Milk and Magnesium, Dulcolax, and Senokot are just a couple. So what is constipation? We get this commonly. People don't even know what's normal or not normal. So when we look at defining constipation, we're looking at those infrequent bowel movements. It's defined as less than 3 a week. The stools are really difficult to pass. They're typically hard, they're dry, they're lumpy. The feeling that you're not getting all the stool out. And I think this picture really depicts it well. You can see all those little tiny balls of stool in there. And so thinking about trying to pass that all out at once, for most people, it's just not going to happen. And that then leads to this constipation. So what are some symptoms of constipation? If you're sitting on the toilet and you're straining a lot, that is not normal. That is a sign that your stool is hard, it's not able to properly pass. Bloating, headache is even a sign of constipation. Decreased appetite, as you have all that stool building up in there, you're just not as hungry. If you're finding you're able to pass gas easily, but you're not able to pass a bowel movement, that's a sign of constipation. And then some other ones people don't think about are bad breath and depression can both be related to constipation.
Okay, so what causes constipation? There are a lot of different things that feeds into this. We can look from a diet perspective, and it can be the type of foods we eat and not getting enough fiber, which we'll touch on in just a little bit. It can be lack of physical activity. We think about what's the first thing. For example, if you're in the hospital and you've undergone some type of surgical procedure, the next day, or even later that day, they will not discharge you until you actually have a bowel movement. And part of the problem is that, if you have been inactive and undergone anesthesia, that's going to decrease the motility through the system. So lack of physical activity, motion is lotion, is huge. Medications, we'll touch on a couple common medications where the side effect is constipation. We treat a lot of pelvic pain in our practice. And so unfortunately, with some of the narcotics that are prescribed, this is a common side effect. Dehydration and lack of appropriate water then can also further feed into constipation. We talked about laxative use. If we start looking a little bit more systemically, we can look at even deficiencies with vitamin D and even with magnesium as well. Pregnancy is another common time that we see that women struggle with constipation due to the changes in the pelvic floor, changes just in what's happening with the viscera and the positioning of that as the baby grows. Ignoring the urge to go is a big one. When we get that urge registered on the brain, and if we actually contract our pelvic floor for long periods of time to decrease that urge, that will backfire. And as you will go in and look at the anatomy, you're going to see what happens when the pelvic floor actually becomes overly hypertonic, or it gets stuck in this contracted state. And then it makes it difficult for it to elongate when we need it to eliminate. And then gut dysbiosis and issues within the gut itself can feed into constipation as well. Couple other things we want to talk about, looking from a wider lens. Sometimes the nervous system plays a role in constipation. So in patients or people that have a neurodisease process going on, such as MS, or after a stroke, or Parkinson's disease, or a spinal cord injury, whether complete or incomplete, that can certainly feed into issues with constipation, and pelvic floor PTs can absolutely help with this. We can look from an endocrine system perspective and metabolic disease perspective. So hypothyroidism is another really common underlying perpetuating factor, both for constipation and in terms of the state of musculature or skeletal muscle tends to be more hypertonic or have a state of spasm when thyroid issues are present. Diabetes is another example too of a metabolic disease. Then we can go right into the direct anatomy and look at colorectal issues. And so there can be a problem related to scar tissue, and that can be on either within the abdomen surrounding the colon itself, or lower with where the rectum is and the anal canal, tumors, cancer, anything that creates a change, compression of the intestines. Even women who suffer with endometriosis and have, adhesion formation that starts to develop within the abdomen will absolutely influence the ability of things to move through the colon. And then lastly, a hypertonic pelvic floor. So the muscles we demonstrated for you, in those muscles, they become shortened and overactive at rest. So really then let's break down, I always keep it really simple for patients. There's two types of constipation. Let's break it down. So we can have a primary or functional, and then we can have a secondary type of constipation. So within the primary, we break it up further and we say, look, the problem can be within the gut itself, and you can have a slow transit time within the colon. Or number two, you can have a problem actually further down, and you can have an outlet obstruction. And this is truly an issue with the pelvic floor musculature. So I describe this as the train actually arrives, but it can't leave the station because the muscles are so hypertonic and they're influencing the external anal sphincter and the ability also to be able to evacuate completely. And that's pelvic floor really comes in beautifully there, but we can also help with the slow transit time as well, which we're going to go into in just a bit. We're going to demonstrate some basic techniques that you can use. Then secondary type of constipation could be medication induced, like we already talked about, the metabolic diseases we talked about, a neuropathy. So again, back into what's happening with the nervous system, and then a myopathy more related to the muscular system.
All right, so we kind of touched on that medications can contribute to constipation. So what I like to think about is when I go and pick up a prescription, whether it's for myself, my husband, my kids, the pharmacist always says, oh, these are the side effects. Do you want me to go over them? Here's your little pamphlet. And most of us are in such a hurry. We're just, oh yeah, I'll take it and go. And so we forget to actually look at, well, what are the side effects of some of these medications? So, calcium channel blockers, diuretics, antihistamines, all things that are very common we're taking. Side effect can be constipation. I know Julie touched a little bit on the pain medication. So we're looking at those post-op patients for whatever, thing they had in the hospital, whatever surgery they had. When they're coming home on any pain medications, constipation is a common side effect. And it's a huge reason that they end up back in the hospital after coming home due to impaction, meaning they can't physically get their stool out. Also, some supplements such as calcium and iron are linked to constipation. Antacids, medications for cholesterol, heart, Parkinson's disease are all linked to it, looking at antidepressants, and then also overactive bladder medications. So even though, looking at pelvic floor issues, we treat a lot of patients with those overactive bladders, but a side effect of those medications is constipation. So we've talked about constipation, but what's normal? So again, a lot of people don't even understand what normal is. And really it varies. It can be 3 bowel movements a week. It can be 3 bowel movements a day. So what we're really concerned about is, what is your normal? Did you go from having a bowel movement every single day to now you're only having one 3 or 4 times a week? Well, that's abnormal for you. So we really want to get a baseline of what your normal is. And then again, thinking about, did I start any new medications? Could that be a contributing factor for me? Looking at the stool, it should be a solid piece. It should be shaped like an S or a C. We want that because it's going to mimic the shape of the colon and coming out all in one piece. Your stool should sink. It shouldn't float in the toilet. And then during an urge, you should only have to relax. You should never feel like you're really straining or pushing down. Again, that can cause that hypertonicity of the pelvic floor and then lead to further difficulty with defecation. It should not be painful to have a bowel movement. Some people just think, oh, well, it's just always been a little uncomfortable. I thought that was normal. It's not. And then there shouldn't be any incontinence with a bowel movement. So looking at the digestive process and how things are broken down, it starts in our mouth. So if you, for example, are eating an almond, it takes 40 full chews to fully break down an almond and then allow it to properly digest. And if you think about that, how many of us are chewing our food 40 times with every bite we take? Most of us are eating on the go, whether we're at our desk, we're in the car, in between meetings. We live in a very fast-paced society. And so when we're thinking about food, a lot of times we're just putting it in, but we're not really taking the time to properly break it down, which then can lead to constipation issues. So the digestive breakdown is going to start in the mouth, going to go to the stomach, small intestines, the pancreas, and the liver. And it's going to break down different things in different areas. So from the starches to your proteins, your carbs, and your fats. And then just something interesting, looking at the stomach, it can hold a liter of food or fluid, but we're going to feel full at half a liter. So when we first get that feeling of, oh, I'm full, but then, there's this huge plate of food or there's this dessert over here we want to eat, we need to really stop and think to ourselves, do we really want to eat that extra food? Because if we're inputting more in our system than what we really need, that is going to lead to higher chance of constipation also.
Okay, so when we look specifically at the colon, you can reference the picture down there, normal transit time is anywhere from 24 to 72 hours. And the colon overall will receive anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 milliliters of thick liquid per day, but really only 100 to 150 milliliters is reabsorbed to pass as the stool, hopefully not too hard, it says hardened stool, to the rectum. What happens through the ascending, transverse, and descending colon is we normally get this natural peristaltic wave or waves that occur. So these are involuntary movements that like these contractions that push the matter through. And so we can definitely look at help to push form stool through the colon if this is impaired. And very shortly, we're going to show you a great technique called a colon massage on how to assist this process if it's impaired. All right, so good to understand, an important take home is that a lot of colorectal conditions absolutely affect the pelvic floor or have involvement of the pelvic floor musculature. So when we talk about the pelvic floor, we've been talking about like this high tone or pelvic floor state, right? They're too overly active at rest, but you can also have on the opposite end of the spectrum, a low tone. And so pelvic floor PT, one of the nice things is we do an assessment internally to figure out what state these muscles are in. There are signs and symptoms to tell you if you have a high tone or low tone pelvic floor, but there is nothing like confirmation and actually palpating the musculature. So then we also want to go further and ask, well, is the pelvic floor actually the cause of the constipation that we're talking about today or any other issue related to pelvic floor dysfunction? Or is it the victim? And is it trying to compensate for an issue elsewhere? Other diagnoses really quickly that can have a colorectal pelvic floor muscular component specifically are anismus, and this is a fancy word for involuntary spasming of the rectal pelvic floor muscles, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and irritable bowel syndrome. And each one of those diagnoses, I'm sure, Chef AJ, you can do a whole summit on any one of those. So we're just touching, basically highlighting that when people have those diagnoses, that they definitely want a pelvic floor PT as part of their healing team. All right, so here we go. We're going to dive into a colon massage. So this is something we teach routinely in our practice. We want to empower patients to be able to become the CEO of their own body, is what we always say. So this can be done to help stimulate that peristalsis motion that we were talking about to decrease constipation. And I'm telling you, this one works because I have struggled with constipation and I've done this, especially when I travel. And lo and behold, yes, you will get things to move. So typically what we want to do is we want to start on the left side, and we're going to help facilitate the peristalsis, and we're going to work. It might seem a little counterintuitive because we're going to start on the left to clear what's happening on the left lower quadrant where the sigmoid colon sits. So we have to, quote, prime the pump first. If we started on the right where the ascending colon starts and we move everything through up the transverse colon to the descending colon, but we have this nice restriction and blockage down low at the sigmoid, everything's just going to back up and you're not going to move that. So we clear first what's happening in the left lower quadrant, then we move right up to the descending colon, then we clear the transverse, which is coming right across right under the rib cage horizontally. And then lastly, we'll pick up the ascending colon and we're going to use manual techniques to move everything through the entire colon. So Mandy's going to hop on the table right now. We're going to demonstrate what this looks like. I'm going to walk you through. All right.
I just have to say, this is amazing.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go through then how you would do a colon massage. So let's trace out the colon first. So we have ascending colon that starts on the right side. So we have before we even get to the colon itself, we have all the loops of the small intestines running in through here. They transition into the large intestine, which is the colon, right over here in the right lower quadrant through, it's called the cecum. And the ascending colon will now come from right inside this ASIS, the pelvic bone here, and it runs right up to the inferior rib cage. At this point, there's a flexure, it turns and it becomes the transverse colon until we get right to the inferior left rib cage, where it then makes another turn and comes down to the descending colon. And then right inside the left lower quadrant here, the sigmoid colon sits. And this is our reservoir that holds all our stool before it empties into the rectum. So when we talked about issues with transit time, this is the component that we're talking about with the colon that decreased peristalsis as part of an underlying reason that people suffer with constipation. I'm going to come over here to the left side and I am going to, again, prime the pump. Now, another important thing to understand is I can historically work with my hands to move things through, but the descending and the ascending colon actually sit retroperitoneal. And what that means is they sit closer to the back than the front. So when we teach colon massage, we actually teach to use two hands instead of just moving things through the front. Historically, this is how a lot of people have been taught to do this, but this is a great hack and trick to really help make it a lot more effective. So I'm going to take my second hand right through, Mandy, if you just roll over really quick so people can see where I'm at, right in through here, okay? At the same time, I'm going to use my hand through the front, and I am going to do this circular rocking motion, and I'm gently going to clear what's happening down here by her sigmoid colon. So my hands are working in concert. Now you might think this is kind of hard if I'm doing it on myself. So one thing you could do is lay on your side and you could work these together. If that becomes too hard, you certainly can just use your hands through the front, but this is a little bit more effective. So I'm going to think about doing a scooping motion just like this, right? If I just slide on the surface of the skin, I'm not doing enough to help create that peristalsis. So I've got to get in here and I've got to start to move things through to facilitate. So I'm going to clear sigmoid and descending colon first. So as I do this, I'm going to do about 5 passes. And again, my scooping motion is always down in this clockwise position here. I get a little bit of rocking going too. The body loves, the colon loves movement. So think about some rocking and cross body movement in general, which is good. And after I do about 5 passes of clearing this, I'm going to come pick up now what's happening with the transverse colon. So because of the position of this, it's too hard for me to get this through the back. I am going to use both hands, and I'm going to come from the right inferior rib cage, following across the upper abdomen. Oh, we just got a GI sound. That's good. We always love to hear the little gurgles until I get to the inferior rib cage on the left. Now I'll come back in and I'm going to pick up what's happening again, coming all the way back down towards the sigmoid colon. I would repeat that another 5 times. Now let's pick up the first part of the colon, the ascending colon over here. And let's do the same thing where I've got one hand behind, one hand in front. I'm doing this circular motion coming up through here to facilitate the peristalsis. I get right to the inferior angle underneath the 12th rib. I start to head over. I'm now on the transverse colon, working everything over and across till I get to the descending colon. And then I make my way down to the sigmoid colon. And if a person really has significant constipation, you will feel the stool palpable, especially down here through the left side, where it's held through the sigmoid colon. And, and the patient or the person suffering gets the buy-in because they can feel it, and then they really can work to move that down and out. Okay.
That is amazing. I had no idea such a thing even existed.
Yes.
All right. We'll bring you back over here, Chef AJ.
I love how you said the train arrived, but it didn't leave the station. And that's something I'll remember that, because that's how I hear people sometimes describe their constipation. Like they know they have to poop. The poop's there, but they can't go.
You don't know what to do. How do I get it out? Yes. So what do they normally do though? What? Push, right? They strain. And that backfires, which we'll get into in just a minute.
All right. So we'll bring our, all right. Let me put our presentation back up here. Okay. So talking a little bit further about the pelvic floor and its relationship. So there is a muscle called the puborectalis. This is part of the levator ani muscle group, which is just part of that pelvic floor muscle. And so looking on the model here, it's this muscle here. It slings around the rectum, and you can see it in the picture here, how it connects to the front on the pubic bone, and then slings all the way around the rectum at the junction of the anal canal. And so we'll talk a little bit more about why that's important. So when we're looking at the puborectalis, and then we start talking about that anal rectal angle. So it's the angle formed between the axis of the rectum and the anal canal. So you can see it right here with my cursor. This is what it looks like in sitting versus a squatting position. So much larger in a squatting position. So the normal angle for an individual is 80 to 100 degrees. Now what happens when that angle decreases, it can lead to that straining. It can also lead to that incomplete emptying. So when we talk about those decreased angles and looking at the relationship then to constipation, it's huge. So what we want to see is we want to increase the angle. This is going to allow for a more successful bowel movement, which is what we're really looking for. And it does that by relaxing the pelvic floor and allowing for the stool to drop down versus having you to just strain and push to get it out. So you're going to get a increased angle by increasing hip flexion or squatting to get that bigger angle. And so why does this matter? The relationship between that anorectal angle and the puborectalis. So the angle is going to vary depending on the strength, the length, the coordination of that puborectalis muscle. And so that's going to have a big impact on how stool, or if we are able to pass it, or if we're going to be constipated, or vice versa if we have any fecal incontinence. So if there's weakness of that puborectalis, it's going to increase the angle, and that's when it can lead to fecal incontinence for people that have very loose stools. But then looking on the opposite, if it's really tight and spasm, it can lead to that decreased angle and lead to that outlet constipation. And that's what we see, both aspects of it, but definitely the constipation side is much greater. And so again, just looking on here on the model, you can see that muscle, how it slings around the rectum here. And so if it is tight, it is going to put a pull, decrease that angle, and lead to constipation. So we want to show you just a little demo here, just to try to make it, sometimes on models it's hard to see. So we want to give you a little demo here to show you a little bit more. Okay, so if this is our rectum, and here is our lovely puborectalis muscle. So a normal angle is between about 80 to 100 degrees, as we talked about. So that would be about normal. If we end up, it is tight, you're going to decrease that angle. So if you look here and you think about, well, how is my stool supposed to get around that sharp curve? It's not. Or you're going to have a lot of difficulty. And these are the people that are then leading to that chronic pushing, straining, which then results in more hypertonicity or tightness of the pelvic floor. So then it just makes their problem worse and worse and worse. And so this is why if we can retrain and really treat those pelvic floor muscles to get them healthier and then teach patient better bowel habits, it's huge in helping with constipation.
Okay, so this takes us right into how should we be pooping? Okay, defecation mechanics. There are actually things we can do to make this a much more successful event. So number one, how many of us have been in a public restroom and we walk in and we go, ah, that's so gross or dirty, right? That you don't want to sit on the toilet seat. So a lot of people will hover. And if we hover, we're actually activating our pelvic floor. Remember, these are skeletal muscles, and so they can contract, and we do have some voluntary control over them. So they will be active then. And if those muscles are active, just what Mandy just showed with the sock, right? You're going to have that increased angle. You're right through here, where you're not able to eliminate. So you need to just sit on the toilet. You need to do whatever you need to do to be able to get over it and sit on the toilet. And at home as well. So the next thing, even if you're sitting on the toilet, the higher your toilet is, it changes the relationship of what happens with your knees to your hips. So you really want to, first of all, make sure that your knees are at least equal to your hips, if not higher than your hips. We're trying to mimic that squat position. A squat position will change that angle and help open it up. So the chute is open and we can eliminate better. So there is something that we have in the clinic here. A ton of our patients have it at home. All of us PTs have it at home, and it's called the squatty potty. And you can see in the picture over here, it's basically like a step stool, and it changes that angle and brings your knees up higher than your hips, relaxing the puborectalis and then changing that colorectal angle right through there. So that promotes better relaxation. Next, then, we want to think about what's happening, not just with the abdominals, but also with the diaphragm and breath work, which we're going to do another demo in just a minute. And coordinating the right breathing at this time to avoid straining or bearing down is another critical component to having a really good, successful bowel movement. So just as Mandy said, if we resort to straining and pushing and bearing down, all those increased intra-abdominal forces are going to actually activate the pelvic floor. It's a gentle stretch to your pudendal nerve, which is the main nerve that innervates these muscles, as well as a lot of the genitalia within the pelvis. And over time, too, that can lead to even something called pelvic organ prolapse, right? That gently can push and result in one of the organs descending and sometimes prolapsing through one of the openings. So important to remember, if you're not successful, you can try again later, but we're going to demonstrate right now, I believe, right?
Yes.
What it looks like to sit on the toilet the right way.
It's interesting that we have to actually learn this. You know, I live in a 55 and older community, and our toilets aren't even like this. They make them higher to make it like easier for the person, and it's actually making it worse for them.
Yes, it's easier to get on and off the toilet, but then harder to have a bowel movement. And I'll just tell you, Chef AJ, because I think this is funny, but you know, I know the holidays are far away, but all those white elephant, when you can't think of a good gift to put in, I had a family member came home with her squatty potty from a white elephant. She said, "What am I going to do with that?" And I said, "Hang on to it. One, you're going to want it when you're pregnant. And two, you know, all of us, we want to improve our mechanics." And so of course, shortly later, she was pregnant and she said, "Oh my gosh, I don't know what I would have done without my squatty potty." And I said, "I know, I have one." And so we can't recommend them enough to help improve that angle. And so we're going to show you what that looks like here.
Because I was looking at the website and they said 7-inch or 9-inch. How do you know which is right for you? They have one that actually does both.
So yeah, depending again how tall you are, and I think how restricted the musculature is. So you could always start with, let's push this back. Start with the lower one, or if you're really tall, then get the higher step stool. Or if you have long legs like Miss Mandy.
Yeah.
All right.
So a couple of things that you can do when you're sitting on the toilet. So say you don't have a squatty potty right now, but you know that constipation is an issue. Just even going up on your tiptoes and leaning forward a little bit is going to increase that angle and allow for a better bowel movement. But the squatty potty is nice. You just keep it right by your toilet, bends right in, and that's going to make a nice angle here. As an added bonus, if you have small children, they can use it as a little step stool to get on and off the toilet, like we do at my house.
Perfect. So, so as you can see, then Mandy now can lean forward, and she can also think about incorporating some diaphragmatic breathing. So when we get into the parasympathetic state, that is our rest and digest state, right? That is going to help facilitate us to be able to eliminate better. It also helps in the sense that the diaphragm, which is our main breathing muscle that sits right up through here, has a pressure relationship with the pelvic floor down here. And when the diaphragm descends, the pelvic floor descends. And we want the pelvic floor to descend and open so that we can eliminate. So breath work can be very powerful during this time and can be integrated as well. Anything else?
Yeah, and then we just wanted to show you one stretch also that is going to be helpful for patients who are, to help open things up, would be a deep squat stretch such as this. It's just a nice stretch to open up the pelvic floor, get a nice stretch through the adductors. Now, if you're out there and you're saying, "There is no way I could ever get in that position," don't worry, we have another way to show you.
Yes.
So let's move our camera.
Are you going to do happy baby?
What's that?
Are you going to do happy baby?
Shoot, Mandy.
Turn it this way a little bit. This way. So,
I'm going to pick it up.
okay.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, there we go. Kind of.
There. Okay, so you can do a happy baby, but also a modification would be just grabbing either your shins or your thighs. So for some people, this is going to be much more comfortable. They can't do a full happy baby. So we want to really tailor it to what each individual is able to do, because obviously we aren't all the same.
Right. I'm thinking of some of the older people I know, and they're going to be like, what?
Yeah,
Okay.
but like I can't get in a happy baby. So that's why.
You know,
Okay, come back over here.
Perfect.
All right.
And I'm just talking about this. I'm going to throw in one more quick story because we think we're so civilized and advanced, like in the West, with all these great toilets. But as you said, it works right against us, And think of all the cultures out there. How do they, Middle East, Asian cultures, how do they go to the bathroom?
they squat.
They squat, right? So I had a patient that was Iranian and we were working. She had constipation, but the big thing that brought her in was she had this really severe pain every time she urinated, urethral burning and irritation. So we did pelvic floor PT, which consisted of a lot of internal work to release the musculature. She left because she was a teacher for the whole summer to go back to Iran. And as she's leaving, I taught her everything she needed to know. She was really nervous. What am I going to do? There's no pelvic floor PT over there. And I said, you'll be fine. So she came back 3 months later and I'm all, Farah, how'd you do? She's like, I did great. I had 0 symptoms. I had 0 pain. I said, well, what was the biggest thing you thought that helped? She said, it was because I squatted 5 to 6 times a day to urinate, to defecate, right? That's how you do it. And she said, it's so dramatic that not only did she get a squatty potty, she actually got, it's called, it's Nature's Platform is the website, but it's this wooden platform that goes right over your whole toilet because she really wanted to truly mimic the squat. And when she first came home, she was trying to balance on the toilet. I was like, you're going to fall. You cannot do that. So I go on this website, order this, and she did. And this is how she now defecates, and she's like,
It's incredible. It's like we need to get, like, a lot of people want to get rid of television. It seems like we need to get rid of our toilets.
yeah, I know.
All right, we're going to share our screen here again. Okay, so looking at defecation issues, again, that constipation. So those frequent suppressions of your bowels, we don't want to be suppressing the urge. Another interesting component is stress. So that increased sympathetic output. So that central nervous system, when we're under a lot of stress, it's going to result in deficits in digestion. It's going to lead to more constipation. And so whether it's stress at home or stress at work, it's definitely a contributing factor to constipation, something to be aware of. When we look at cramping, the volume of the stool, it's too large. The rectum is not properly able to distend and let that stool out. It can lead to that very uncomfortable abdominal cramping. And then also incontinence. So if you have a movement of stool that's too strong for the strength of the sphincter, so that internal and external sphincter muscle, that external sphincter is a voluntary control. It's going to squeeze, it's going to try to hold it in for you. But if it's too weak or it's uncoordinated, it's not going to be able to do that. And so that's where looking at pelvic floor physical therapy, we are able to identify that weakness or incoordination and be able to help patients learn how to retrain and properly use their muscles to assist in bowel movements. And then looking at dyssynergia. So the muscles of the pelvic floor, they can become uncoordinated, and this is going to make it difficult to have a bowel movement. And so looking at this picture, you can see where that puborectalis, where it slings around there, and then you have your internal and external anal sphincters. And so if they are uncoordinated in any way, this is going to lead to deficits in having a bowel movement. And so looking at that, it's going to need some neuro re-education, or we need to retrain how to properly relax and contract of the appropriate muscles of the pelvic floor and the abdominals. Because like Julie talked about, they work hand in hand together, that as the diaphragm is dropping, the pelvic floor is going to drop, and allowing that proper intra-abdominal pressure to assist with a bowel movement, let it help you versus it working against you. And so we want to show you just a short demo also on proper diaphragmatic breathing. If you can start here.
Okay. So Mandy is going to show you. I'm just going to use my hand so you can see what happens here. As she takes a breath in, we always want to look and see what's happening with the relationship with the upper cervical musculature right through here and the chest. So a lot of people will use all of this as their primary way to breathe. And when this happens, the diaphragm isn't doing what it's supposed to do. So this is our primary breathing muscle here. And the goal is like we said, that this needs to distend, this needs to lower, it needs to elongate right through here. And then the pelvic floor will follow. If you're using all of these accessory muscles up here as your primary strategy to breathe, diaphragm stays pulled up, pelvic floor stays pulled up too. So one thing we teach patients to do is to monitor here and here. And we want to feel that the breath, we still will get movement here. You cannot not get movement, but you need to make sure you get movement lower in the abdomen and the belly. And we think about that belly gently bulging out, but we also want to think about what happens from a three-dimensional standpoint. So I can put my hands on her rib cage and I want to feel this expansion laterally as well coming through. So we'll practice this, and this is such a critical piece, not only just for the diaphragm, but again, to get us into the rest and digest state, the parasympathetic state. And the pelvic floor musculature is governed by our autonomic nervous system, so that makes these muscles a little more unique. And Mandy was talking about the influence of stress. So stress will influence how things literally move through the colon, but it also, it completely influences how active the pelvic floor is because it is governed by that state. So we get the benefit both ways as she works on her diaphragmatic breathing. And this takes a while if patients are not used to this, and we do go through very specific training on how to do it, and we even get some expansion going through the back. And then it's part of a home program that we give patients. Okay.
It just seems like it would have been easier if it was designed like as a straight tube, and all those twists and turns. It's got to go through so many spaces just to get out.
Yes, so true. Okay. All right, taking time. So we're going to go super fast through these last few slides.
No, take your time. Honestly, it's okay if you take a little more time.
Okay, all right, okay. So we're going to just touch on a few other issues that are related to the pelvic floor and things that we treat as pelvic floor PTs. And we want people to think outside the box when they suffer with these issues. So hemorrhoids is a big one. And really what a hemorrhoid is a varicosity in the rectum or the anus. They can exist either externally or internally. And what causes these? A lot of the things that we already talked about, that chronic straining. So whether that's going to be daily because you're straining with defecation or even urination, we'll have a lot of patients who use a quote Valsalva voiding just to urinate, and because again, they're in a rush or maybe they have some hesitancy. Increased pressure with pregnancy and birthing is a big one, especially with second stage of labor and excessive pushing. It's very common to end up with hemorrhoids. Increased time on the toilet. And then just over the years, as we age, you get changes in the connective tissue. Unfortunately, that happen and occur. So that can increase hemorrhoids. We educate a lot on, again, empowering the patient and what they can do. So sitz baths are one, ice packs, working on all the things we already went over on how to basically not just craft a better stool, but how to deliver that and poop better and make the experience better. We want to improve the stool consistency and the overall habits of defecation. And then a lot of times, because of the pain associated with hemorrhoids, the pelvic floor musculature will react. Remember how we talked about, is the pelvic floor a driver or is it the victim? So when you have that kind of pain, you better believe that the musculature comes in and goes into this guarding protective state. So a lot of times when the hemorrhoid does resolve, patients come in and they're like, well, I don't have evidence of a hemorrhoid anymore, but man, I still have a ton of rectal pain. And usually that is coming from the muscular component. All right, fissures is another big thing that we'll treat too. So what a fissure is, think of it as a paper cut within the external anal sphincter. So it's a tear of the skin that occurs, and it can cause severe pain with bowel movements and sometimes in significant cases, not just with the bowel movement, patients will have pain even with walking or sitting because of a fissure. So that that can lead to what Mandy was talking about earlier, like the suppression, the urge suppression. So you're going to contract your pelvic floor because you don't want to defecate, right? And then, of course, then that leads to harder stool. Further tearing and irritation can occur because when we contract our pelvic floor, what we do is in that shortened state, we restrict blood flow from coming into the tissue. And it's always at the end of the day, all about blood flow. So as I make my fist here, if you can see me, my knuckles are turning white because I'm not getting blood flow. So I always describe this to patients as a really simple example of what happens with an unhealthy puborectalis or another pelvic floor muscle that does this. We need it to be able to do this to get blood flow, and we need that excursion. And a fissure needs blood flow to heal. So without addressing the muscular component, a patient's going to have a much harder time getting this to heal.
Okay, and then looking at our postpartum mamas that have undergone vaginal births, they've had third or fourth degree tears are more likely to be affected. And so looking at that anorectal integrity, so that skin, how much did they tear? Was it into their anal sphincter? Was it their perineal muscles, or did it all go all the way to the rectum, as in a fourth degree perineal tear? For these moms, they're going to have a lot harder time postpartum with the recovery process. And so not only constipation, but they can also suffer from incontinence. So both issues are a problem for this group of people. So who's at increased risk? Which moms? Those that had instrumental delivery. So they used a forceps or other other instrument to help with the delivery. Large babies. So if you had a high birth weight, a nice healthy baby coming out. Big heads, as my kids both had. And then persistent posterior orientation of the baby. And what that means is the baby's head is faced out towards the belly, towards the mom's belly versus in back towards the spine. So that's going to have an increased risk of a larger tear. And then just to touch on constipation in pediatrics. So this is a major problem for a lot of young kids. And so looking at those hard stools in early childhood, it's going to increase the risk of bowel issues for school-age children. Also kind of interesting is if a child undergoes a really stressful life event as they're younger, they're more likely to suffer from constipation as they're older in the school-aged years. So it's just something to really, as a parent, obviously we all want what's best for our kids. And so looking at these issues early on, early intervention is key. We want to prevent adult bowel issues from developing. And so if we're noticing this, especially in our young children that we're still helping with their bowel routine, really important to talk to their doctor about getting some help for this. And then again, with kids, as we've talked about with adults, don't ignore the urge to go. Suppression will just lead to further constipation and increase issues contributing to it.
All right, we'll touch very, very, very quickly on just a couple things to think about from a dietary perspective considerations. So specifically, and again, you could do a whole different comment on this, but foods linked to constipation tend to be wheat and gluten. They're inflammatory in nature, dairy and milk, red meat, fatty fried foods, bananas, which can help if you have the opposite problem and you're suffering with diarrhea, but bananas absolutely can be constipating. Foods on the other end of the spectrum that loosen the stool, alcohol, caffeine is a stimulant. We'll get a lot of patients that come in and they're like, that's the only way I can poop, is that when I have my coffee, I need to have my coffee every morning. So again, we want to change that. I mean, we still want them to enjoy their coffee, but we don't want them to be dependent on that technique. Spicy foods, artificial sweeteners that are in a lot of different drinks and sodas, sugar, prunes, plums, apricots, and pears. And obviously we're going to talk about water intake, and we want to make sure that patients are hydrating appropriately. Okay, and then fiber, we'll just touch on real quickly too, because we want to make sure that patients are getting appropriate type of fiber and the right amount. So this is a plant material that is resistant to breakdown in terms of, it's a complex mixture of it in terms of digestion, and its whole job is to combine with water in the colon to prevent water from becoming reabsorbed into the walls of the intestine. And I think the big take home here is an average American eats about half of the recommended amount per day of fiber that they need. So
all right. And then looking at, we talked about the importance of movement, so exercise and constipation. So the importance of movement, it's going to help reduce constipation by decreasing the time it takes the food to travel through the large intestine. And why this is important is if the food is moving through the intestine faster, there'll be decreased water absorbed. So the stool will be more of a normal consistency versus that dry, hard kind of pellets, which are difficult to pass. So we want to shoot for 15 to 30 minutes of aerobic exercise per day. Now that's going to look different for everyone. For some, it may be a brisk walk, it may be a jog, it may be the elliptical, a nice bike ride outside. Or for others, it may even be an aerobics class. So, it's not, we want to find what you enjoy, but just get out and move 15 to 30 minutes every single day. That's the important part. And then again, I know we talked a lot about this, but that suppression, do not hold, go. It can lead, when you are suppressing the urge, it will retrain the brain to know what is normal, and it will lead to constipation. So best time for bowel movement, 30 minutes after breakfast or lunch. Your body's able to use the gastrocolic reflex to help improve a bowel movement. And what that reflex is, it's a stimulation of the bowels after eating. And so you want to make it a routine. You want to eat around the same time every day to promote those normal bowel movements. So if you're finding you eat breakfast every day and then you head to the office and you're driving and you're suppressing your urge, then maybe you need to change the time you're eating breakfast, either a little earlier so you can have a bowel movement at home, or a little later so you can have a bowel movement when you get to work. So you're not having to suppress the urge every day in the car.
Okay, and lastly, we want to just wrap up with something called the Bristol stool chart. And this is a great reference for you to use as a patient, an individual suffering with constipation, or even if you're wondering, do I really suffer with constipation, on what, quote, normal bowel movements look like. So we have anything ranging from type 1 to type 7. Type 1 and type 2, these are typical experiences of constipation. This is what you will see, right? These separate hard lumps, like little nuts, hard to pass, or even like that sausage shape, it's all lumpy. That is indicative of, yeah, you're suffering with constipation. We start to move in then to type 3 and type 4, which is definitely where the zone we want to be in. So really type 4 is like, yay, that's where we want, right? So it's smooth like a sausage or a snake. It's soft. We want the C shape or the S shape, again, following the position and shape of the colon. And then towards the end of the scale, that's when we end up with the opposite problem. If we're at type 6 or 7, where now we help patients then on the other end of the spectrum, because it's more difficult then to control their stools and their bowels.
All right. And so, here at Sarton Physical Therapy, we are here to help you. You do not have to, and you shouldn't suffer with constipation. There's so much we can do from a pelvic floor standpoint to help you out with this. And we would love to assist anyone who is interested or has questions regarding their individual case.
Thank you.
No, thank you. This was an amazing and comprehensive presentation. It was phenomenal. But this is an in-person treatment. I know we're doing everything on Zoom now, but you really need to be able to assess and examine the individual, right?
Yes. I mean, you can absolutely start with a lot of golden nuggets through telehealth. And we do that for people who live across the world, even who don't have access, because unfortunately we're not there yet with pelvic floor PT being standard of care, and we don't have an army of pelvic floor PTs out there yet, but it is growing. So yeah, you can, just what we did today, hopefully can even start somebody on the right journey. But at the end of the day, we do need to feel the musculature So finding them somebody to work with and do that exam, and then any manual treatment that is needed will take them all the way.
Just to be clear, only females do this, right? Because I can't imagine like I would feel comfortable having a male do that exam on me.
Oh, so as a therapist, so at our clinic right now, we are an all-female clinic. It's just kind of how it is. But we are open to males, and there are many male physical therapists that do pelvic floor therapy. But currently at our practice, we do not have one. But as our therapists, we do treat men and women who suffer from constipation because, it doesn't, both genders have this issue. It's not something that's just female related, so yeah, we see both.
And, the men, in terms of the patients that are men, they have such a harder time finding a pelvic floor PT, unfortunately, right? Because, they're usually routed either to a urologist or a colorectal doctor. But again, I think there's almost like this, I don't know, it's like, not that it's, what do you think?
Just looking again, taboo, like there's
taboo
not a lot of men there's not a lot of male physical therapists that are diving into pelvic health, and we need more. So, if there's any physical therapists out there that are men, please think about joining the pelvic world because you are needed.
So you become a physical therapist first, and then you specialize in the pelvic floor.
Correct. Yeah, it's a specialty, just like in medicine, where you can have, have an internal medicine or generalist, and then you can specialize within neurology or management.
So now that some people are becoming aware of this treatment for the first time, can they just go straight to you, or is it better to get a diagnosis, say, from a GI doctor and then be referred? And are a lot of your referrals from GI doctors? Because that is how I heard about this.
Yeah, so we do get referrals from GI doctors, but to be honest, Chef AJ, a lot of our patients are just finding us. They're searching, they're Googling, they're on Instagram, and that's how they're finding us. And so oftentimes we're their first person that they may have talked to about this issue. Or we get on the opposite end of the spectrum. We get people that have been to a multitude of doctors, and they're coming to us kind of as a last resort. But typically those patients are not the ones that are coming. Constipation is a side. Many of our patients don't come to us because they have constipation. They come to us for other problems. And then they were like, oh yeah, well, I've had constipation for years. And then we're able to address that. But rarely do we find somebody comes, or not as often does someone come strictly for constipation. And they should, because unfortunately, with the constipation, those changes in the pelvic floor, more issues are going to arise. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Right. That was really fascinating when you said you have to ascertain if the pelvic floor is the cause or the compensation.
Yes. A great question to ask. And that's why we love putting our detective hats on, because we get to figure that out. I mean, just the way medicine is being practiced nowadays, the physicians don't have that much time. So, it's common for them to spend maybe 15 minutes with their patients. We're with them for almost an hour. So it gives us the opportunity to dive in and really pull back the layers and figure out what's going on.
Well, the fact that we're spending $750 million a year on laxatives, I think this in the long run would be cheaper to just have a few sessions.
Absolutely. I think we're all looking for a quick fix. Like, oh, I can go to my pharmacy and I can just grab this, or, and I can take a supplement, or it's going to help me, versus looking at really doing the hard work and the commitment to pelvic floor physical therapy. And unfortunately, like we talked about, it is a taboo topic that a lot of people, we get some of our patients say, I don't tell anyone I see you, but thank you so much for everything you've done for me. But it comes back to that shame or embarrassment, because it is such a, kind of private.
Right. Well, that's one of the reasons I'm doing this summer, because I've got a newsflash. Everybody poops. So
exactly.
Yes. And that's we encourage our patients, go out and talk to your friends, talk to your family, because you will not believe how many other people are out there suffering, right? And they want to talk about it. So they just need you to bring it up.
You talked about don't ignore the urge to go, never suppress it. It almost sounds like suppression leads to depression but sometimes you can't go. Like I work with people that have jobs where literally they have 2 15-minute breaks. And if they have to go, they're not allowed. It just seems like our society does not make it easy for us to go to the bathroom if we have a job working for somebody else. There's like a very specific time.
And I think the take home on that, Chef AJ, because I completely agree. Sometimes you just physically don't have access to a toilet. The take home on that is if you're in a place that you do have access to the toilet, don't suppress the urge at that point. Don't push it aside because you're, cleaning or playing with your kids or you're on your phone or whatever it might be. When you have the opportunity, take it. Don't suppress it if you don't have to.
Right. Because there's an old saying, when you got to go, you got to go. But if you don't go, then when you got to go, you won't be able to go.
Able to. And I think it brings up an important issue with our school system, although right now with COVID-19, where all the kids are at home, at least here in California, they are. But we need to allow our children to go to the bathroom as well, right? And not think that this is, no, you're trying to just escape from, no, you need to allow them to urinate.
I remember it was really difficult, even in grammar school. Like you had to get a hall pass. It's like as if you were going to leave or something. It was like a major ordeal to try to go to the bathroom if it wasn't the time. I know they don't make it easy for you to move your bowels in this country.
No, we have to intervene on all levels.
Oh, that's so funny. So how long does it take to recover with you doing this kind of physical therapy till somebody could see some results or some improvement? And I would imagine that even if they only have a certain amount of sessions with you, they'll have to continue practicing this at home. They can't just like have you go for a few sessions and then forget about it.
Right. That's a great question. So typically what our response is, it depends on how long you've suffered with it, right? So we go back to, it's very different if you come in with a 20-year history versus a 6-month history. So, and then it can be anywhere, the shorter the amount of time, it can be anywhere from like, let's do 4 to 6 visits, good, or even 3 to 4 visits. But if you come in with a 20-year history, that's a whole different ball game that we're talking about. And it can be months. So, and all the comorbidities that surround it, what else is going on? And we tend to get a lot of really complex patients. So
do you ever treat the opposite, like people with diarrhea, because can they be helped at all? Maybe they have the opposite problem. Opposite. Yeah.
Yeah. And so looking at, again, that puborectalis muscle. So if it's too loose, it can increase that angle to, and so people that do have more of that loose stool can have more incontinence. Also that external anal sphincter, that is a voluntary control muscle, meaning we can help train it to get stronger and to better be able to hold the stool. So we do see both ends of the spectrum. I'd say constipation is definitely more common across our society, but fecal incontinence is definitely an issue also and something that we do treat.
Because one of the things you mentioned when you had that list, IBS was on that, and that seems so common right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this has been just so enlightening. I'm fascinated by, and thank you for the work that you're doing. And hopefully people that will watch this summit will learn about this and learn that it's an option and they should try it out. So Mandy and Julie, what's the truth about GI health?
The truth, it is such an important factor, again, that can radically change your life, right? But the good news is you have control over it way more than you think. So be empowered. And like I said, our goal is to make everybody out there the CEO of their own body, right? So you just need to make the commitment and take control. And we always say we're here to help guide you. We don't want to, quote, fix you. We want to empower you to take that step. So, it can just bring such quality of life from every angle and aspect if you can get this dialed in.
Yes, because unfortunately, when you suffer from constipation or the opposite, fecal incontinence, it just has such an impact on your everyday life, from being uncomfortable and pain, all those other side effects that we talked about. And so it literally affects every day. And so also, and if I'm in the parenting days, so I have young kids, thankfully they have normal bowel movements, but I have friends who talk about, my child can't poop and they're so uncomfortable, they're crying. So it's a major problem that affects literally from the youngest to the oldest out there.
Well, thank you. We got to get America pooping again.
Yeah, the right way.
Maybe I'll get that T-shirt. Well, thank you so much, Mandy and Julie.
That's great.
Thank you so much, Chef AJ, for having us today.
You guys are great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So how'd you enjoy Mandy and Julie? Aren't they delightful? I got to interview them each separately on my live daily YouTube show, and they're coming back in December. So they are fabulous together and separate. I didn't even know about this dyssynergia until I heard about it from one of the doctors in the summit. And that's why we had to make sure we took a deep dive into it. But constipation is a serious thing. I mean, I was constipated till I was 43 years old. I ate a junk food vegan diet until then, and I pooped maybe once a week. And that is why I ended up with what they call pre-colon cancer, bleeding. My colon was riddled with these, but now I don't have that problem because I don't just eat a vegan diet, I eat a whole food plant-based diet with lots and lots of fiber from Whole Foods. But I know a woman who wrote in yesterday, 77 years old, and has been constipated her whole life. And if you remember Dr. Goldhammer's interview, he said he has patients that have never had an unassisted bowel movement in their life, and they have to use something called digital disimpaction. So guys, these things can get better, but remember, it's not a quick fix. It's not a pill for every ill or a cut or a procedure. It takes time. So they talked about the muscles of the pelvic floor being skeletal muscles that have an intimate relationship with our internal organs and how we pass stool. And the physical therapist can assess if your muscles are tight or weak. And there's lots of shame in that area, we know, and that's why we're doing this summit. They've seen it all, they've heard it all. And I know people that actually went to them and have had incredible results. I've had pelvic floor physical therapy. It's amazing, not for constipation, but for urinary problems. I broke my back when I was in my 20s, and it left me with a neurogenic bladder. And so pelvic floor physical therapy is amazing what they can teach you. She said $7,500,000 spent on laxatives. That is crazy. We don't need to be doing that. We need to eat the proper diet. And she said it's considered if you have less than 3 bowel movements a week, or if you have dry, lumpy stools, or a feeling of incomplete evacuation, those can all be constipation. But if you are straining, it is not normal. She said primary constipation occurs within the gut, secondary farther down in the GI tract. And the cause is generally not enough fiber, lack of physical activity. Remember, motion is lotion, dehydration, aging, medication, pregnancy, which changes the pelvic floor, ignoring the urge to go to the bathroom when you have to go, and gut dysbiosis. Many, many causes of constipation. Neurological diseases like MS, diabetes, Parkinson's, hypertonic pelvic floor, scar tissue, lots of reasons. That's why you need to get it assessed to see what is causing yours. Remember, it's not a one size fits all. They talked about how pelvic floor is important for sexual function as well as for incontinence. And a lot of people don't even know that their bowel, bladder, or sexual dysfunction is even abnormal. But straining is never normal. She said bad breath and headache can be a sign of constipation, even depression. And spinal cord injury, hypothyroidism, diabetes, these can all be causes. Neuropathy, myopathy, many medications have constipation as a common side effect. Impaction is when you can't get the stool out. And she said even some supplements can cause this. Even some foods can cause this. So you have to figure out what is your normal. Stool should sink and be an S or a C shape. Solid pieces mimic the shape of the colon. It should never be painful to have a bowel movement. And she said a lot of health and GI conditions can affect the pelvic floor. So they need to find out if the pelvic floor is the cause of the issue or the victim of the issue. I love that thing she said, that sometimes
about the train, it left the station. I thought that was a great visual. She said, colon massage works. Get things to move. And they did a demo. And yes, you did not see it because, guys, we are broadcasting or streaming live from Germany, and we want to make sure the quality is good. So we do the live portion of the summit via audio, but immediately after it ends for the day, you have 20 hours to watch the video, or should you upgrade to the summit package, you have at the time to watch them at your leisure and with a friend, because you're going to get a buddy pass. And we did broadcast one of the episodes live today, the cooking demo, and the next one is a cooking demo, and we're going to try again with the live video, but if it doesn't work, we're going to switch right back to audio. She says it's best to use 2 hands for colon massage and that you can actually feel the stool. That is just crazy. You can feel the stool when you do that. The puborectal muscle is very important, and you want to have it, and that having a decreased anorectic angle can lead to straining, weakness, and can decrease the angle. Pushing and straining makes the problem worse. Don't do it. Try later. Defecation mechanics is important to avoid straining and bearing down. Squatty potty helps elimination, as does breath work. Remember the Suzanne Smith video? It's not going to just help with bloating and distension. It can help with constipation. Squatty Potter, game changer. The minute I interviewed them a few months ago, I bought one for every bathroom. We have 2. Unbelievable. Even if you think your poops are great, you will have epic poops once you get a squatty potty. That is the way we're meant to poop. Unbelievable. Unless you want to just squat, which she said one of her patients actually does. She says that cultures that squat and urinate and defecate, the cultures that squat to urinate and defecate don't have these problems. Stress and suppressing the urge can be a cause. They also did a breathing demo, which you can catch on the video in about an hour. She said hemorrhoids or chronic straining or increased pressure for pregnancy, fissure-like, paper cut needs blood flow to heal, postpartum tears, early childhood stressful event can lead to constipation later. Let me tell you, I had an anal fissure and I had a hemorrhoidectomy in my 20s from eating my crappy fibrous vegan diet. It is no fun. It is one of the most painful areas in the world to have operated on, and we have a surgeon coming on the last day to talk about this, Dr. Erminie Van Dyken, and I had to sit on an inflatable donut for 3 months. Can you imagine going to a wedding with a donut? The kind you sit on, not the kind you eat. She said there's certain foods that are linked to constipation in many people, specifically wheat, gluten, dairy, red meat, fatty fried foods. These are pretty much things we mostly want to avoid anyway. Most Americans eat half the recommended amount of fiber. I would say that's even being very generous. We know that only 3% of Americans even do it. Bristol stool scale, they said should be a 4. Lynn Chang said 3, 4, or 5 is fine. If you want to know what the Bristol stool scale is, you can watch the video. All the speakers in the summit got a mug with the Bristol stool chart on it. And she said both men and women can seek treatment with a pelvic floor physical therapist. And I love what they ended with: be the CEO of your own body. Thank you so much, Mandy and Julie, for an unbelievable presentation. And thanks all of you who are tuning in to watch the GI Health Summit. We very much appreciate it. And what we appreciate even more is when you share this summit. It's free. There's a share button on the summit page. And we love it when you let other people know. So our final presentation of the day is another wonderful cooking demo from Chef Darshana Thakur, but these recipes are going to be low FODMAP, but they are still absolutely delicious. She is a delightful and a very, very talented chef. I'm actually a personal friend of hers. I don't live near her anymore. It's been 2 years, but we always used to celebrate birthdays together, and I love her food. I love her. And she is going to demonstrate delicious recipes for a happy, healthy gut, and how to make your own recipes GI friendly. Please welcome Chef Darshana. Hi, Chef Darshana, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me, Chef AJ.
Well, I love your culinary demos and I love to learn from you, but I'm wondering, Chef Darshana, why are you so interested in creating recipes for people that have GI issues?
Well, this has been a recent interest of mine because I personally am experiencing some GI issues, and I'm still learning what is causing it, and I'm learning more just by like eliminating certain items in my diet that were regular, like beans, what else, nuts, and certain plant-based milks. So I'm eliminating all these to see how, my GI system, like how it calms down. And then I'm exploring, like bringing in these ingredients and seeing what happens to,
Kind of like an elimination diet.
like an elimination, but I'm doing it like more intuitively. So yeah, and I think I'm on the right track because I'm just learning to be very observant with what my body is telling me. So yeah,
So
and that's the reason why I am also thinking, like, if I have this issue, and if I am trying to create a recipe, like tweaking my old recipes to fit in with this new way of eating, I'm sure there will be others who might be interested in, learning what I've discovered, how easy it is to eliminate things. So, some of the recipes I'm going to demo, I'm going to actually show you that my original recipe had certain ingredients that I'm eliminating now, and how it was so easy to do that.
That would be such a useful thing for the viewers, Chef Darshana, because you wrote a book called Flavor. And so many times when people have different GI issues, they have to eliminate, at least temporarily, certain foods that they love or that are so essential for recipes. So if you can create even a few delicious recipes, that would be amazing.
Yes, I think part of my passion with cooking is, taking up the challenge of restrictions. As in, like, I have this quirk that when I invite somebody over for dinner, I will ask them, tell me exactly what you like, what you don't like, what you're eating, what you're avoiding. And I will take all your, restrictions or choices, and I will make a meal that fits your dietary preferences. And I love doing that. And I think that I think helps me in creating these recipes and tweaking recipes to fit different kinds of needs, dietary needs.
That's great. Well, show us what you've got.
Okay. So today I'm going to show you two recipes. The first one is the zucchini potato curry. Now, usually curry requires a lot of sauteing of onion and garlic, traditional, and, adding a lot of different spices. And so I wanted to simplify that, and also the different vegetables that can go in. I wanted to make it simple, especially since it's summertime and I have a lot of zucchini growing in my garden. So I decided, okay, I want to do something with zucchini because it is really a very easy to digest vegetable. And of course, I love potatoes, so I thought of this recipe. So originally, this recipe had as we get started, I'm going to talk. Originally, this recipe had onion and it had garlic. But I, through the exploration of, trying to eliminate these ingredients, I realized that actually I have a little bit of basic understanding of how to eat or how to create recipes this way, where it's less aggravating for the system through my knowledge of Ayurvedic cooking. So in Ayurvedic cooking, we already have this kind of a very simple diets and simple ingredients that do not disturb your digestive system, yet it's very soothing and it actually helps in healing. So one of the things that's very important in Ayurveda is for digestion, they recommend putting ginger in the food. And there is another ingredient, it's called asafoetida, which is a resin from a root of a plant. And that resin, when it's dry, it hardens. It's like a gum, thick gum resin, and then you powder it, and that's a pinch of that in your meal really helps. They say it helps. So it helps as a medicine in digestion, but it also has a very strong, pungent flavor, which reminds people of garlic. So it's also been used in Ayurveda as a replacement for garlic.
Is it also called hing by any chance? H-I-N-G?
Yes, that's the Indian word for it, hing.
Because I've heard of a religious sect that doesn't eat onion and garlic for religious reasons. And that's where I first heard of the spice. And I heard it does taste very much like onion and garlic, which are two ingredients for many people, especially if they're given the low FODMAP diet, that they have to eliminate temporarily. So that's an amazing tip right there. And as far as the zucchini, I completely agree with you. When I had my GI struggles, that was one thing that I could always eat zucchini. It was very soothing. It never upset my stomach.
Yeah, it's so easy, and so easy to cook too. And I've started using zucchini as a base for my dressings now. So I peel if I don't want the dressing to be green in color, then I will just peel the zucchini or use yellow zucchini. And I use that as a base for my for my tahini, So I'm finding different ways of using zucchini because it's such a, it doesn't have any strong flavor. So you can use it in different ways.
Yeah. It's really versatile, and it's inexpensive, and it's available all year round.
All year round, yes, yeah. So, and the other thing that I noticed was like instead of onion, which is again considered to be very, aggravating for the stomach, I've learned that leek is a great replacement, especially the greens of leek and scallions. So in this recipe, instead of onion and garlic, I have replaced it with leeks and asafoetida. And so it's leeks and ginger. I'm adding potato to it. So the other elimination was nuts or nut milks. So in a curry, you have to have a little bit of a creamy, to balance out the spices. You add a little bit of cream or yogurt. So in this case, since we are not adding any, of course, even a plant-based cream or yogurt, I would just add a little bit of plant-based milk or pureed cashews or almond. So I've eliminated that too, and instead I have added more potatoes. So I'm adding this potato, and then I'm going to cream some of this stew. I'm going to cream it up, and that becomes my replacement for nuts and seeds or cream.
Oh, that's brilliant, actually.
Yeah. So to this, and it's a very simple stew. No cooking for hours like normally curries are done. They take a long time to just saute. I'm cooking everything for about like 15 minutes. The potatoes will be cooked, and I'm going to remove some of them to be pureed, and the rest will stay in the soup.
Your own curry powder, or what should someone look for when buying one? Because I noticed that they're vastly different in terms of their ingredients and even how they taste.
Yeah, so, but I don't really go for a particular, specific brand, or I try to explore different flavors because curry powders are made in different parts of the country in India, and they would each have their unique twist, like different communities have different flavors. So for me, it's like an exploration of these different flavors. So but I try to see if they're mild, Of course, if they're hot curry powders, then of course I would put a little less. But otherwise, if it's mild, then I really like to use it in I have not seen yet any issues with any ingredients in the powder that upsets my stomach. I haven't experienced that. So for now, I feel like I'm okay. Yeah.
Great.
So I am gonna let this cook. And in this, I have used zucchini, different kinds of the zucchini, green and yellow. But I think you can use any winter squash too. If you just replace the summer squash with winter squash and keep everything the same, and I think the flavor will be as good. So it's pretty. I think this could be a nice base for a curry recipe for any other vegetable that that agrees with you, or that you want to explore with, whether you have a GI issue or not.
Yeah. Right. Even people that don't, this sounds like a delicious recipe.
Right. Yeah. So while this is cooking, shall I go on with the other recipe I wanted to talk about? And this is like a staple in India and China for when you have any GI issues. And it's called congee. And I didn't know congee, in India we say kanji. And I didn't know that it came from, like the original, there's a dish like that in China too. And it is used for this purpose. It's a healing dish. And it's made out of rice cooked, till it's like creamy. And there's a lot of, like the broth, or not the broth, what would you say? The creamy rice water. And, I remember in my childhood, my mom would talk about it like, oh, you need to eat this if you have an upset stomach. I didn't realize it till I actually tried it later on, especially when I was working on the recipe book for the Forks Over Knives flavor, and I was exploring breakfast from different parts of the country, world, and I came across congee in China. It's a breakfast dish, and it's like leftover rice cooked till it's really creamy and thick, and with some toppings on it. And I loved it. And I realized that it's because I'm used to eating just plain white congee in India.
I love white rice. And whenever I've had a tummy ache, even from the time I was little, it was something that always made it feel better.
Yeah. I think, in India especially, we are brought up on some of our first meals would be rice cooked to almost a puree.
When you lived in India, and even today when you visit, do people mostly eat Indian food? And the reason I ask that is one of the experts on the summit, Dr. Mark Pimentel, one of the biggest takeaways I got from him was that in other countries, people mostly eat the food of their country. So, but in the United States, people might have Thai food one night, Mexican food one night, Indian food another night, a standard American food the other night, and that we're eating all these different kinds of foods, whereas other people that seem to have less troubles with their GI systems, they're eating the same type of food, not the same food. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I know. It's not a political thing, but it's just the nature of our country. We are, like a country of diverse cultures living together. And I think that reflects in our exploring of different cuisines. Now, if you were to cook these traditional cuisine, on our own at home, I think it would be great, but I think we are eating these cuisines outside when we eat it at restaurants, takeouts. I think that's where things change. Like if you were to make this congee at home and eat this, or even make lo mein, or if you make sushi at home, or, like what I mean, like, I think it's the home cooked. That's where I feel the missing link is.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And people need to start cooking more at home.
Yes, yeah. And I think it's like as if you are relearning how to write, read. How sometimes when you have gone through certain incidents in your life where you need to relearn, like if some people need to relearn how to walk, some people have speech issues, some people need to relearn how to talk. I think the current American issue with diet and its consequences on our health, as a society, I feel like we are at that point where we need to relearn what really diet is, what is food, and how does it come to our table. We need to relearn the whole process of bringing it to our table, and the process is like going into our kitchen and making it instead of waiting for the doorbell and somebody to deliver it.
I agree with you.
Yeah. And that's my passion. I feel like I want to, if I can help people to understand that it's not as big a chore as you think once it becomes a part of your system. And it can give you so much joy, and it can bring so much joy for you and the people you share your home with, by sharing the food that you have made, or have everybody get together and make it together. Like, there is a lot of value to that too. So yeah, for me, I would love to share that as much as I can with people.
That would be incredible if restaurants could accommodate those that are currently experiencing GI issues. Because I remember when I was going through my really bad flare, and we had to do this presentation in Las Vegas, and all the speakers had to go to this restaurant. It's called Panvino. You probably know Chef Vincenzo. And they had this wonderful dinner planned, and there was nothing I could eat. And I emailed him and said, I'm really, really sorry. I'm currently experiencing a terrible flare of my IBS, and it's really bad. So I'm just going to have to skip the dinner. He goes, absolutely not. What can you eat? And he made me, and I wrote down what I could eat. And everybody was jealous of my plate, what he was able to do within what most chefs would think of as restriction. And that's the thing. We need more chefs like you and Vincenzo. They can take what people can eat and create delicious recipes within what seems like restriction.
Right. Yes. And for many chefs, that's not a hindrance. It's a nice challenge, and it's very rewarding that we can do that for somebody. Yeah. So I have the potatoes cooked, almost cooked, and to this I'm adding the asafoetida. And asafoetida is such a strong ingredient that just a pinch more and you could ruin the dish. So if you're using it for the first time, you have to be very careful to put it a little at a time till you reach the amount that is more palatable for you. It's like you need to acquire a taste for it. So, oops, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. Where does one get the hing? Is it in like an Indian spice shop online? Because I've never seen it, I don't think, at a regular type grocery store.
Not a regular grocery store, specialty stores and health food stores like Whole Foods would carry it. And online is good, because then you can look for a brand that is gluten-free, because some of the traditional Indian stores, traditional brands that you find in Indian stores, they have a little bit of wheat flour added to it to keep it from caking. So if you're trying to avoid gluten, then you might want to look for the gluten-free versions that you'll find in health food stores. And the beauty of this dish is that I just need curry powder and cumin with ginger and asafoetida, and it covers the whole curry flavors, and it's simple, like just 4 ingredients. And then for heat, you can either put cayenne pepper if it agrees with you, or just a little bit of black pepper, and that's it. And to this now I'm going to add, I need to wait for this to cook up before I add the next ingredient. Okay.
And those potatoes were put in raw?
Yes, they were raw. But because I cut them in a smaller size, they cook so quickly. I love that one. Oops.
The reason I was asking is because I often batch cook potatoes, and I'm thinking right now I've got about 4 pounds in my refrigerator. Could you use a potato that's already been cooked and then just cut it up?
Perfect. Yes, you would just, what I would do it to make it easy. In this recipe, I would saute the key leeks with the spices. And I would add some of the cooked potatoes that you have. I would just crush them and add them in there. And I would add the zucchini and vegetable stock and let it all cook together. And you would have your recipe ready within 15 minutes.
Well, that's making me hungry.
So to this, I'm going to add a little more of water. So you can make it as soupy as you like, or as creamy and thick as you like.
Do you find that in India people have as much GI troubles as they do in the United States?
Yes, people do. But I think they have not yet understood that some of the, some of the things that you have grown up eating can actually become intolerant, I think that's a very new thing for people. My mom has this, and till I started having this experience, I didn't realize that how could my mom be, like she can't take certain types of lentils. And I said, like, how's that possible? She's been eating it. But now I understood after studying what really happens with, SIBO, which is like small intestinal bacterial growth, certain, stomach issues, like what is happening behind it. And it all makes sense, especially when you experience it. I totally understand that, yes, this is possible. Things that you've grown up eating one day, things can change in your gut biome and it can become digestible.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, thank you for that understanding. I wish other chefs would have that compassion, because they don't understand. Like when we go to a restaurant and ask for a substitution, it's not because we're trying to be difficult. It's because we really can't eat one of those ingredients.
yes, I totally understand. Like I had compassion for people who couldn't have certain common ingredients, but I didn't realize the actual what is happening, why this can be possible. And now through my own personal experience, I have more understanding of it, and I feel like I want to help even more now, because I have the knowledge of cooking and I have the knowledge of Ayurveda, and then I have an experience of the problem. So I think I really want to really work on these kind of recipes now.
Well, that would be amazing, because you're an amazing recipe creator and cookbook author, and maybe just one based on GI health, maybe taking all the different issues that people have and having recipes for each of those. I think that would be amazing.
I know. I really am exploring, like how can I, I'm still learning a bit, but it's not too much to learn, too much to tweak. So I am really excited. Maybe I should, gather recipes that would be helpful to others.
Like you could call it Recipes for a Happy, Healthy Gut.
Yes, I like that.
That's what I do, is come up with names for people. I would buy that book, that is for sure.
So now to make my soup creamy, I'm going to remove some of the potatoes, because you like potatoes, whole potatoes in the dish. You don't want everything mashed up. So I'm going to remove a little bit of it, and the rest I'm going to use a hand blender and mash it up. Okay, so I'm going to shut this for a second and go with this. I could have used a deeper pan. But you wouldn't have been able to see as easily. Okay, so
It's a beautiful color. Are those Yukon Gold potatoes?
yes.
Yeah, those are the creamiest.
They are. And they're the creamier, and they also hold their shape for a long time, right? If you overcook a dish with Yukon, you can still save it, because the Yukon doesn't disintegrate just like, russet does. So now to this, I'm going to add, and the good part about zucchini is that, you can add it at the last minute and it still cooks quickly. So I'm going to add this, added the zucchini, and I'm going to let this cook, and I might add a little more water. And to this, I'm going to add, now I do put a little bit of salt in my food, so I would add a little salt and lemon juice, but it's easy to eliminate the salt part by adding a little more, citric acid, and I would just add a tablespoon more of the lemon juice to avoid the salt.
It's a beautiful color and it looks so creamy, as if you made a roux with flour or had dairy in there.
Yes, exactly. I love the trick with the potatoes for that purpose.
It's amazing.
So I am going to garnish it with cilantro and season it with little lemon juice. And this potato zucchini curry is almost ready. It just needs to cook up.
And I love that you used water instead of boxed broth, because I find that especially people with sensitive guts, when you have a boxed broth, it can have so many different ingredients and that they often don't have to disclose it. Like they can just put in spices. They don't almost have to tell you, or natural flavors. And for people really trying to get to the bottom of what's the problem, water, we know we all can have.
Yes, exactly. I tend to use water more often than using stock in my recipes, just for the simplicity, like it's like one more ingredient to look out for whether you have it or not. So I start my recipes, always I test my recipe with water. So I know that the flavoring is perfect when you just add water. You don't need extra flavoring. And then if you add the stock, it's just an extra additional flavoring that the stock would add, but it won't take away if you do it the other way.
Right. And water's free. So
exactly. So this recipe is almost ready. It's a simple recipe. And once I discovered, I've been making this a lot, it's so simple and it has my favorite potatoes. It's perfect. And it's got that Indian flavor, which is very satisfying.
It looks amazing. I wish I could taste it. Well, I'll make it because you gave me the recipe, and we'll be giving the viewers the recipe so they can certainly make it at home. And they can always tweak it to their own enjoyment, or if there's one ingredient they can't have. But I'm definitely going to look online and order that hing, because that sounds amazing.
Yes. Look for a brand that is gluten-free. And they have a few, So I'm going to let this cook a little bit on the side here. And I'll bring out the ingredients for the congee. So the one thing for the congee is, like, especially when you're on a whole food plant-based diet, we always have leftover grains. So in this case, the grain that I'm using is rice, the traditional ingredient. And you can use white rice or brown rice or any type of rice too, like short grain or basmati. So we always tend to have leftovers. So I like it because this is a perfect breakfast with leftover rice in the morning. And to this, normally you would just, it's usually just rice. And I use this particular brand of vegetable broth, which is, I feel like it's low sodium and it's got all the ingredients there. And most of them and it's everything organic. So I like this brand. Do you use this?
I don't, only because I'm so cheap and I generally either use water or make my own. But if I was going to buy a box brand, I definitely would buy Engine 2.
Exactly. So I like to use this brand, and I'm gonna just need about 2 cups of it. Oops. That's going for the sauce. I think I'm going to use 2 cups of water to cook up this rice. So this rice.
Would it be possible to make that with leftover rice? Because I always have leftover rice.
Exactly. That's the reason why I like it. As I said, that we always have leftover grains. So it's so easy to make it with leftover rice, brown rice or white rice. You can even make it with quinoa, but quinoa doesn't have the starch that this one, it's so starchy. It's like comfort food.
Mm-hmm. That's what starch is, comfort food.
Yes. So I'm going to let this simmer over here in the back. Actually, I should have given this a head start. Like I really like my rice to be porridgey, you know, like really creamy. So that's going to cook in the back. And on this rice, I'm going to add some sauteed mushrooms and greens and vegetables. So this is my way of, you know, I do this with oats too. I used to have a lot more oats with vegetables, but this is my new thing, you know, brown rice or white rice with sauteed vegetables. I love my savory oats, and I love my congee too, because it's I love savory breakfast, first of all.
I love that about you, because me too. And then so many people think we're weird, but I think that starting your day in a savory way is really
Yes.
a good way to go.
It is. So first of all, I'm going to just add the vegetables, the mushrooms. Now here I've used oyster mushrooms, but you could use any mushrooms, doesn't matter. And any vegetables that you like. I am using carrots and bell peppers and mushrooms, but you know, any other vegetable that you would like. You could even use zucchini here. I'm still exploring the vegetables trying to find out which vegetables that agree with me and which don't. And up to now, I found that these have been totally fine for me.
Yeah.
And
Well, you know, it's funny because just as a chef, I've often said everything starts with an onion, but I realize people with GI issues, especially while they're following the low FODMAP, onion is not going to be something they can eat. And you're proving that you actually can make delicious food, even if you can't use an onion.
exactly. So I'm not using onion in this one, but I am going to use scallion and green part of scallion, which is more agreeable. So if you garnish it, you know, you get that flavor of onion, but you're not overdoing with onion, you know, right? So to this, I'm going to add this vegetable broth. So the vegetables are lightly sauteed. They're not like overcooked. I'm adding the vegetable broth. I am adding brown rice vinegar. And I'm using, traditionally it would have soy sauce, but I'm using, this is tamari. And I know soy sauce is not acceptable, right? And
It depends on the person, but they can get wheat-free soy sauce. They could do coconut aminos.
Right. Yes, exactly. So I am using tamari, and I'm still trying to figure out whether this would have an effect, but at this point I am trying to use it. So you could definitely use coconut or Bragg's aminos.
Right, because coconut aminos is just coconut sap and sea salt. So that might be a product that people that have issues with the soy products might want to try.
Yes, I think maybe I'm going to try this. I have used it in the past as a new ingredient to explore, but I definitely think I need to try it on
It tastes just like soy sauce. It's actually lower in sodium too, for that's a concern for people.
Yes. Oh, I like that. So while we are doing this, I'm going to go back and show you my curry recipe. It's ready. Wow. So this is the coconut, not the coconut, the zucchini potato curry.
Amazing.
Okay, so
And you could eat that with some rice too.
yes, definitely. Rice or any other steamed grain. And so I'm adding, I added the tamari or any, coconut or Bragg's, and then the vinegar and If you like a little heat, if you can take a little heat, then a little bit of red pepper flakes also, adds flavor. And then at the end, I'm gonna garnish with a little bit of scallion and cilantro. And this recipe is very quick. It's one of the quick meals, quick breakfast, especially if you already have the rice cooked. And one of my passions going forward is going to be looking for traditional recipes that are meant for, healing the gut. Like I like to go back to what our ancestors ate, as in like food that is natural to our community, and trying to find those relevant today, And I think this would be a great exploration to find those recipes and collect them and share them.
It was just so interesting what you said. And I think you're so right. It's about the microbiome and how it's changed in so many people, because we've eaten some of these foods forever. And yet now some people are finding they have a sensitivity or intolerance to them, even though they might have eaten them their entire life.
Yes, exactly. And that's, I think that's one of the things that I feel, I think it's a learning moment to understand what you were putting in your body and its consequence. It's not just getting chronic diseases like heart disease or diabetes or cancer or high blood pressure. It's even, basic indigestion. It's like trying to figure out that it's not acceptable. It's not normal. You need to explore why you even get indigestion. And from that, you can discover so many healing ways to feel healthy. Like exploring your diet, exploring what works, what doesn't work. I think it makes you so much more aware of your body, right? Like you really learn, and you explore more about. Somehow it makes you explore your own the community, your family's lifestyle, the diet that your parents had, and to bring that back, because that is what that's in your DNA, I feel, right?
Absolutely.
So the mushrooms will also give out its moisture, and it flavors the broth here. It gives it a nice umami flavor. We just cook it a little bit, and at the same time we are making the rice as soft as possible. So in this case, you would cook this rice till it breaks flowers, right? It opens up, and that's when it's the most creamiest.
It's incredible. Oh, I was going to say, it's incredible how much moisture mushrooms have. Like when you marinate them, so much liquid comes out of them.
Exactly. Yeah. And I like that sometimes, because I use water a lot for cooking, but when I have mushrooms in the dish, I'm sure that it's not going to burn or stick to the pan, because there's going to be so much moisture. And I love the umami flavor that it gives. I love mushrooms. Whenever I'm feeling a little under the weather, I think it's one of the first things I crave. Mushrooms and rice. In this dish, the two things come together.
Have you ever used dried mushrooms in your cooking?
Yes, I've used shiitake mushroom to make vegetable broth. I use it to make my, I think I use it for my pho recipe or my ramen. I think one of the two, yes, for the ramen, I use dried mushrooms.
I think of all the types of broths, all the vegetable broths, I think mushroom broth is probably the richest.
Yes, yeah. And I also, when you get dried shiitake mushroom, I have ground them up and I use it in stews.
That is a great tip right there for people that have difficulty with different spices. That is such a great tip because it is like a spice by itself, mushroom powder.
Exactly. And it's shelf stable in a way, like you just ground up a container and you keep on using it over the months, so it's not like you have to every time make sure that you have mushrooms to add that flavor to your dish. Fresh mushrooms, you don't need to worry about that anymore.
And mushrooms have such amazing health benefits. And for the person that doesn't like them, mushroom powder can give them those benefits without necessarily having them eat mushroom if they don't want to.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's another good angle. So I think the vegetables are, lightly sauteed. And to this, I'm going to add the spinach.
Oh, wow.
You can add spinach or kale, or if kale is okay. I like spinach a lot. Spinach and rice is my favorite too. And so it's lightly cooked. And that's it. I'm going to add a little bit of this here, the scallions, and then I'm going to keep some for garnish. So this is ready. Now this could be a complete meal for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, which, that's what I tend to do. I make a dish and then I'm going to eat it for a few different meals all through the day so that I don't have to create different dishes for different times of the day.
Right, because in other parts of the world, they eat what's called food. They don't specify like, donut and coffee or Danish for breakfast. They eat actual food as their meals, regardless of the time of day.
Right, yeah. Yeah, there in Indian, especially, but I would say it is in most Indian communities, it is a tradition to eat leftovers for breakfast. What they would sometimes do is change it up, its shape. Like you may have rice in the night, but in the morning you make it into dumplings or something, but it's the same rice from last night. So same thing, you may have lentils left over last night. This morning you may have dough from having made the tortillas last night. So you stuff the tortillas with the lentils and make them into parathas for breakfast, stuffed lentil parathas.
That's great.
So, yeah, and I feel like I've often been asked like, what do you have for breakfast? And I'd say like, actually, I'm just having a meal with leftovers, and that could be because it's the first meal of the day. You would term it as my breakfast, but it's basically just eating what's in the fridge. I wouldn't say, okay, it's breakfast time, and I have to make something that is considered a breakfast.
In this country, it's something with caffeine and flour and sugar.
Right. How did that come about?
That is a good question. Probably the breakfast cereal industry made us think that.
Right.
And the coffee industry, because so many people can't start their day without coffee. And I know at least the people that I talk to, that is not always so gentle on their guts.
Yes, I am learning that, not that I was a coffee drinker. I love coffee, but I'm not a coffee drinker on a regular basis. It's like a treat. Sometimes I would treat myself, If I'm traveling, say for example, I'm in Italy, I might just treat myself to coffee. But I am learning that, coffee and tea, black tea, can upset your stomach.
Some people, definitely.
Yeah.
Caffeine can be very irritating for some people.
Yes. And I wouldn't normally think about it because there's so many other things that I'm having through the day that could be also aggravating my GI issues. But when you start bringing those down, then you still have tea. For example, in my case, I'm still having black tea. I'm getting over it gradually. Like I used to put soy milk in my tea. And I would still feel upset, like something. So I said, okay, soy is not good. I'm going to get rid of soy. I continued with just black tea. I said, it's still there. So now I learned that, okay, see, everything else is gone, and yet this, the tea can aggravate. So now I'm gradually, in my tea, I'm adding herbs. I'm adding mint, I'm adding ginger, and I'm going to add tulsi, fresh tulsi. I'm adding lemongrass. So these, in my chai, morning chai, I would add these ingredients. So now gradually those ingredients are going up and the black tea is going down. So
Nice.
gradually it's going to go out, and I still have a tea that is healthy, that has herbs, and it's not going to aggravate my system. In fact, peppermint and ginger are supposed to soothe. So like I'm learning. Yeah, through elimination. Yeah.
It's like you're your own investigative reporter. You're figuring out for yourself. And I encourage people to always do that, and or work with a specialized registered dietitian for GI health to figure out what your unique triggers are.
Yes, exactly. Because, everybody has different issues, and, some of those you can catch on your own, but some you just need some experts' help. And for example, I needed somebody to tell me that there is something like SIBO. Explore it, see what that, So I needed that. And once I got that information, now I'm really exploring different and reading. So yeah, it's good to question and, like investigate, I feel. Because it's as you said, it's not well known in a way that this small thing, the gut, can create so much problem in our lives.
That's why I'm doing this summit. And there's a lot to go wrong, from all the way up here to all the way down there, and all the many twists and turns.
Yeah, and how it affects us in so many different ways. Like our whole lifestyle, everything you need to, like, everything around this has to change. Till you come to a space of good health. Like otherwise, you're constantly trying to meet up with life, kind of, because you have, these issues, right? And I think as much help as we can give each other, I think it's great. So the rice is getting a little creamier. I think this needs a little more cooking, but you can cook it to be as creamy as you like, or as textured as you like. So, okay, I'm gonna serve this.
It's so colorful.
Yes, that's what I love about this dish. So a little bit of the broth to flavor the rice. And I like to have a lot of vegetables on top.
Me too.
This is congee with fresh vegetables.
That is beautiful.
Oh, and it's such a comfort food.
And the thing is what you're making, even though it might be favorable for people that have GI issues, regular people that don't would still enjoy it.
Oh yeah. This is like congee is a traditional breakfast in China. So it's not only for people who have a delicate stomach. It's for normal people. Yeah. So that's what I love about it. That it can be enjoyed by everybody.
Absolutely. Well, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for showing us how to make these delicious recipes that you created just really for this summit.
Oh, great. I'm happy. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. Well, so what do you think the truth is, Chef Darshana, about GI health?
The truth is that we have moved away so much from what our gut needs to be healthy, which is fiber and plant-based food. Like the foundation of our food diet should be plants, and we have moved away so much from it that even culturally, not just like our body, but even culturally, we do not think of fiber as very essential to our gut, or plants to our gut. I think that whole relearning has to happen, and I think everybody needs to question what is causing their gut issues, and find out for themselves. And one of the secret to, I think, to healing your gut is making sure that you add a little bit of salad to the first thing that you eat in the first part of your meal. If you add a little bit of salad, like start with that. That's like, I think salads are so important. This or any other fibrous food. Like all plant-based food is fibrous. So, but yeah, that's what I feel like.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Chef Darshana.
Thank you, Chef AJ.
Well, isn't she darling? We just got a wonderful comment from Nancy, who said, she is just so darn cute. I wasn't going to buy the Summit package, but she convinced me. And I also want to support your work. Thank you so much, Nancy. So Darshana is personally on her own quest to figure out what's been causing her GI issues. And I remember when she called me when she started having them, because like me, she does a lot of travel, or at least she did. And a lot of hers was international. And she was very concerned because, her whole career is as a recipe tester and creator. And she thought it was going to, affect her career. And I said, no, it's going to affect, it's going to affect it in a good way, because now you're going to be able to help a lot of people, even more people. And that's what she's doing. And the recipes are delicious. I tried both of them, and so easy to make. And, please keep in mind, especially if you have food allergies or intolerances, when you buy a spice blend like curry powder, read the individual ingredients. So for example, I'm allergic to black pepper, and a lot of curry blends have it. So you've got to kind of be your own Sherlock Holmes with these gut issues. So Darshana was saying, listening to what her body is telling her and tweaking her own already delicious recipes to make them more GI friendly. And I suggested she write a cookbook for the recipes for a happy, healthy gut. And I hope she'll do it. I'll be the first one to buy it and support it. She loves to make recipes for everyone to enjoy, regardless of their dietary restrictions, which I think is so wonderful, because a lot of chefs, you go to the restaurants, no substitutions. She found a way through Ayurvedic cooking to make things easier on digestion while still having loads of flavor. And she mentioned hing or asafoetida as a substitute for onion and garlic, which will be great for people who have to avoid onion and garlic, either permanently or temporarily if they're on a low FODMAP diet. And she uses fresh ginger for its positive effects on the GI tract. And many of the other speakers, including today's Stephanie Berg, talked about that. And cooked potatoes for creaminess instead of dairy, because a lot of GI patients can't initially at least have nuts and beans, which provide creaminess. So that's a great suggestion. And zucchini as well. And then you're getting all that wonderful fiber. So a kanji is a staple in India, and she said it's also a dish in China, and it's a staple in India for anyone with GI issues, as it's very healing for an upset stomach. I know, being on the brat diet my whole life as a child, I know that for me, white rice has always been very healing. And whenever I don't feel good, that's the first thing I crave and want. And she said using the dark part of the leek for onion flavor, which is low FODMAP. And I believe that Nancy Jaffe, the registered dietitian from UCLA, said the same thing. Ginger is also low FODMAP. And she said, always use hing a bit at a time, when you're starting to use it. And what makes Darshana expert is that she has both the knowledge of the Ayurvedic cooking and she has a GI health problem, like me. Restaurant chefs need to realize that very often when patrons ask for substitutions, it's not because we're trying to be difficult, but because we truly have a medical issue. So if any of you out there have restaurants or are chefs, maybe you could let that be more well known, that we're not just pains in the butts, but that there's a real reason. Adding acid like lemon juice helps you reduce or even eliminate salt. And it's possible to still make flavorful, delicious food even when you can't have onion and garlic. And don't forget what Dr. Furman said about salt, how it dehydrates the bowel. She uses scallions for onion flavor. And remember, we still have all those wonderful flavored vinegars we can be using. Darshana believes we need to become more aware of our bodies and what foods work for us. Cooking the rice as long as possible is what makes it creamy. Not all mushrooms are low FODMAP, so you'll have to refer to one of the lists, but oyster mushrooms are. And powdered mushrooms was a great suggestion. You can buy them already powdered or do it yourself in your Vitamix or a coffee grinder. And she said it can impart a lot of flavor. And Dr. Edwin McDonald in his cooking demo talked about mushrooms too, for giving you that umami flavor so you don't need the salt. And if you remember earlier in the week, Dr. Furman talked about how you can't heal a gut without mushrooms. Gut issues can affect us in so many ways, she said, and the delicious recipes she created are not just for people who have GI issues, but for everyone. They can be enjoyed by everyone. Darshana believes that fiber is important, that everyone should start their meals with salad. That's what all the experts say. Dr. Furman says salad is the meal. Dr. Jay Gordon, eat a salad every day the size of your head. But remember, you got to do what Dr. Clapper says, chew, chew, chew to a cream. So there's, sneaky swaps you can make for dishes, and I can help you with that. I do that on my YouTube channel for people that can't have lentils. I, for example, have what I call red lentil chili recipe revisited, where I'm using millet for the same taste and texture. So guys, there's always a way, always a way. Thank you so much for being here with us another day. Can you believe we have 2 more days, 8 more incredible speakers? And we are starting the day tomorrow, day 8, with a real heavy hitter, New York Times bestselling author of Fiber Fueled. He came on the show yesterday with Dr. Drossman to introduce him. Dr. Wilby, I'd say his name, but I will probably botch it. Bolshewitz, I think it is. And he is as passionate about fiber as anybody you've ever met. He's going to be talking about nature's prebiotic, why we need fiber for a healthy gut and microbiome, followed by another wonderful plant-based gastroenterologist, Dr. Angie Sadeki, who's going to teach us how to smoothly transition to a gut-friendly diet. Then Dr. Milton Mills, he has a very fascinating talk backed by some research, and he's going to be talking about what foods we were meant to digest based solely on our biology. And another treasure we found through the summit, another plant-based gastroenterologist, Dr. Janice Laster, who's going to be talking about the path to creating a healthy lifestyle starts with your gut. As always, we start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern time. The summit is delivered live audio only, but then you have 20 hours to watch the videos. And if you'd like to not stress and watch them at your leisure, we have a very affordable summit package where you actually get a free buddy pass. So it's 2 for the price of 1, which includes the written transcripts that I've told in the past have been so helpful for people needing to look things up quickly. It's much harder to sometimes find it on video and audio, as well as the audio downloads. And you can watch all the videos and take your time in the member center, as well as getting many, many bonuses and knowing that you are supporting our work and our mission to get this information out to people who need it. I'm Chef AJ. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow for day 8 of the GI Health Summit. Take care.